Welcome back to continued coverage live at the range. We're in St Andrews, the home of golf, and don't we know it? All the fans are coming out this week. If you've got a ticket, you are one of the lucky ones. Over 290,000 spectators flocking to the Lynx this week. And I think we've all been a little bit surprised about the sun that's been out here in St Andrews this week. You've needed your factor 50. The wind's around though, it's keeping us cool. Blowing up to 22 miles an hour at the moment. And I'm very pleased to say I'm Iona Stephen, joined alongside Johnny Morgan. John, it's great to see you out here on the range. This is where the action's at. This is where the energy is and the build up to the week. John, it's been a cracking start, hasn't it?
It's unbelievable, Iona. As soon as I set foot on this golf course on Monday, we got here. It's just been an absolutely, well, star-studded fest. Everyone's turning up. The course is magnificent. It's running so hard out there.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I mean, the fan base, I mean, they're just in their droves, coming through the gates, absolutely loving it. I mean, they're just constantly asking you 1,000,001 questions. You can't beat it.
It's a little bit like at the Masters, Don. You're walking around, I don't know if you've been on site to the property at Augusta National, but everyone has a big smile on their face because they know if they're here on site at St Andrews this week, they're doing something right.
Yeah, this is a special place. I mean, every time I've been fortunate to come with you here and we've had a round of golf or two, and, you know, every time I set foot on this golf course, I just think of history, and every step I take, I think someone's walked in my shoes right now and something special has happened, and you go through the archives and you just see spectacular shot after spectacular shot, and we're stood behind here. We got like a major champion there, we got Danny Willett, we got Mark Calcavecchia, Open champion way back when, and you know what, it's just, I'm just pinching myself, you know, I really am. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and of course it's important to celebrate those champions because this tournament is so much about the history, what's gone before, and we were doing just that, weren't we, John? On Monday evening we had the celebration of champions, and I saw you there with your Sharpie. You were there like a kid in a candy shop, just speaking to these legends of the game. How special was that for you, Johnny?
Well, I felt like I was born again. I really did. I mean, I was looking at Tom Watson, I was lucky to be with Sam Torrance. Sam was chewing the fat with all of them, and he was just getting loads of hugs. I mean, and then the big man, you know, Lee Trevino stepped foot on the tee, and I was just like, oh my god, the aura of that man, how funny he is. He gives Sam the biggest hug you've ever seen in your life, and literally the conversations, I mean, we can't mention it right here or now, but it was brilliant old stories that they were reminiscing on, and you know, I was just there to rub shoulders with them. You know, they get some beautiful shots off the tee, you know, under immense pressure for some of them as well. They haven't been in that position for a long time. I think, what was it, Bob Childs? I mean, the lefty, he stood there. I mean, what's he, 86, 87? Striped it straight down there. I mean, I give him the biggest round of applause. And he had this old bullseye putter. I mean, like, it was older than me. And, you know, and he says, I've had this for 50 years, and he absolutely loves it, you know, and he was just showing me, he let me hold it, and I felt like, oh my God, this is, you know, I've got a bit of history in my hand, you know, so literally it was, Bob Charles is, to me, personally, just a fantastic player, and it was just nice to meet them all and shake their hands.
So special, John. Obviously a former PGA player yourself. We heard some of Rory McIlroy's comments. He was in that wonderful four-ball playing with Georgia Hall, Tiger Woods and Lee Trevino. And coming down 17, Tim Barter was interviewing him, and some of his comments about pinching himself. I mean, it's incredible to think that a multiple major champion like Rory McIlroy is still able to be in awe of players like Tiger, Lee Trevino. Yeah,
and do you know what? Stepping foot on this golf course, it makes you a kid again. You know, I've seen Jack on the first tee. He was bubbling, he was bouncing all over the place. You had a nice little interview off him, and you know, every character that came down there, old and new, they were just reborn. You could see their eyes all sparkling, absolutely loving it. I mean, it just gives you that feeling, the aura on that tee, the R&A behind you, staring down the first, stands, you name it, bit of breeze, as we all love.
Yeah.
You know, you ain't going to get any better. You really aren't, because just even talking about it and getting goosebumps right now, even though you know, it's come over a bit cloudy and it's getting a bit windy, but it's and it's slightly changed direction actually, which I know Tiger's down the end hitting a few shots, so it's not too bad.
It certainly is, yeah. Well, I thought it was great, John, when they played holes number 1, 2, 17 and 18. How significant, let's be honest, are 17 and 18 going to be this week? Because so much of the drama leads to the road hole and then the 18th. Some people say the road hole is the toughest hole in the toughest par 4 in world golf.
Well, I'd say the tee shot is not. I mean, to me, the tee shot is, you get away with it on the tee, but it's the second shot is everything. I mean, there's no green to play with whatsoever, especially, you know, the second half of the hole, round on the left-hand side. I mean, there was a few, I was following Fitzpatrick yesterday, which was brilliant because Billy Foster was going, you know, any kind of pin that's halfway on to the left, I'd like you to bail out towards the, you know, the 18th green, you know, the 18th tee, I should say, you know, and look down there, but they were chucking balls down, they were seeing how firm and hard it was going, and it was going mild. I mean, it was nearly going in Swilcan Bridge. I mean, it was going that far. So they were kind of assessing what they should do. He had a few practice bunker shots, but they're all pitching it short, like Jack Nicklaus used to do. He said, I always played it as like a 5 or a 4, you know, if I get up and down, make before happy days, because it is a brute. It is. And then 18, you know, anything can happen. You know, we've seen some serious drama on there, and I pinched myself, dreamt that I was holding a claret jug and going up there, winning a whole winning putt like Seve Ballesteros and losing the plot. But, you know, literally, yeah, it's amazing. You stand on there and anything can happen. You can find yourself down in the Valley of Sin and start, you know, fist pumping the, you know, the Valley of Sin, like Constantina Rocca.
Absolutely, Constantina Rocca, so many moments. And on Sunday, the 150th Open, another legend will be born there on the 18th. Plenty more to come later this afternoon, live at the range. But for now, let's get back to the boys in the commentary box.
Thanks, Anna and John. Yeah, we're just looking forward to this. Is all about countdown to Thursday. We've been here since Monday, seen the build-up from the players on the range for 3 days, and eventually 6:35 tomorrow morning we're going to get going. So this is the last hurrah mark for those that are trying to sharpen their tools.
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. And if you've got to sort your game out right now, make any changes, you are in a little bit of trouble. Right now it's just about keeping the rhythm, almost cooling down and getting ready. And it's interesting to hear John Morgan there as we take a look at Tiger, saying that he gets goosebumps on his arms. And you walk on that range and you see Tiger Woods, maybe the first person you see as you walk on the range, you get goosebumps, don't you?
There's no question. We talked about the possibility of coming to St Andrews and the big cat being here. Would he make it, would he not? PGA Championship didn't go as well for him as he would have wanted. He withdrew, didn't play the US Open, and he is here. And he has played and practiced a fair share. He is here with the confidence that his body is going to get him through 4 rounds. And if that is the case, I'm not sure Tiger's ever swung the club better.
No, it's so smooth and so quiet and so controlled, which is obviously, you know, because of the physical limitations in a way. When you look at the golf swing, it doesn't look like there's a physical limitation at all. But we know, and you can see when he moves, how gingerly he moves on his feet. He is in pain constantly. There's no doubt about that. And there's nothing harder for somebody who's got leg injuries, foot injuries, ongoing pain, to be walking on ground this hard on the links of St Andrews. He's going to be a huge physical test for Tiger to be able to finish. And I mean, you can't have more admiration ever for anybody than you have for Tiger Woods, for what he's been through to be here. And yeah, it's well, an astonishing career, an astonishing record, and we have the joy, the absolute joy of watching him play again. And I think when he had his accident, Robert, not many people thought that was going to be possible.
Do you know, I actually gave him a chance because of who he is and of how different he is to everybody else. The story of Ben Hogan, that resonates with Tiger Woods. The comeback, had his best season ever after the car crash. Tiger's not going to do that. He's not going to win 8 times in a season again because he's not going to play that much. But can he win another major? Absolutely. Could he win this week? Absolutely. The way he's playing with the best brain, the best gap between his ears of anybody that's in this field by a mile, and this course being tricky and posing questions all the way around, Tiger can be a factor on Sunday afternoon.
Well, I have to agree with you, Rob. I think, as you say, it needs a creative genius to craft your way around this championship links this week. You know, it's going to be an awful lot about how you see the shots. He's got fabulous experience here. Obviously, he knows how to play the golf course. But the conditions will dictate an awful lot of little shunts and running shots and little nudgy short game shots, some running, some spinning, some hitting into banks, some checking. There's such a variety of skills needed to be the champion at St Andrews, and as you said so rightly, he has every single one of those attributes, and I just hope that the physicality is not the defining factor that would stop him doing that.
So he's going late early. That means that he gets a relatively short gap between finishing his first round and starting his second round. And you might think that that doesn't play into his to his advantage, because if it was the other way around, if he was early late, there's a massive gap between his first round and his second round. A lot of people think that's an advantage. However, I'm going to counter that and say he's backing himself to do well here this week. So the late early gives him the rest on Friday afternoon and a rest on Saturday. He gets the big gap rest before round 3.
Yeah, very well worked out. I always like late early myself. I don't know about you, Rob, but late early was always my favourite combination of tea time. Of course, the weather can play a factor in that, with the winds picking up, the winds dying. That's another part of that equation. But well, it's just amazing to see him here, and I think it was everybody's wish, everybody's dream that Tiger would be in town, as you say. There he is on the range, and as you say, the swing looking absolutely amazing.
And what about the pictures this week in the Celebration of Champions, when you had Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus, the 33 major combination, the two GOATs of the game? They are the greatest of all time. That's the argument. It's Tiger or Jack. They're both GOATs in my view.
Yes, they are, absolutely. I mean, it's a joint greatest of all time, isn't it, Rob? It's as simple as that. Look at that, how he's pulled the 3-wood out there, and the rhythm has not changed at all. It's just wonderful connection, actually. The swing always looks better when he's swinging softer, swinging more smoothly.
Yeah, it's a very fluid move. He's had to adjust because of the lower half can't work like it quite used to, so he's more top half, if you like, steady with the lower half and able to muscle it because he's still very strong. And there you are, 273 yards. So that's how it would look on the first hole. 3 yards downhill. I assure you, when you stand on that dead flat tee and look down a dead flat fairway, you're not thinking it's downhill by 3 yards.
No, you wouldn't believe that, would you? But I just say, just the 3-wood. And there we go. 153 miles an hour ball speed, still in the air, still in the air, still in the air. Decent carry there, and obviously you're going to get the bounce and the roll. Sometimes you can get the right side of a little hillock or the wrong side. You can get 70 yards of run or no run. That's the beauty of St Andrews. But
the virtual needs to be browned out a bit more, because it doesn't look as green as that when you get out into the golf course here, and it's going to get drier as the week goes on. There was a soupçon of moisture in the greens yesterday, and the green staff believe that they've got it absolutely right. No rain forecast. As the wind keeps blowing and it starts to dry out, they'll be like Formica tabletops on Sunday.
Yes, it's going to be like a skating rink, isn't it, this golf course? And it might just be one of the fastest running golf courses in the history of the Open Championship, in all honesty.
I go to Hoylake. Remember Hoylake?
Great shout. Yes.
The whole course was blonde at Hoylake. It was even drier than this, but it's getting there.
Yeah, and that year Tiger was in his ascendance again, and he was playing irons off all the tees, and he won't be playing as many irons off the tees probably here this week. But yes, it's a game of chess in a way. It's going to be a real strategic challenge.
Back in the year 2000, Rupert Bell and myself had a small wager that Tiger Woods wouldn't go into a bunker for 72 holes. This is saying where the ball is going to fly down with the one that he's just hit, but of course it's all guesswork.
Quite fascinating, isn't it, really, Rob? How you see there, that last shot would have left him 76 yards into that green at the first. So the flat carry, ball speed 162, very good indeed. And that gets you 255 yards of carry, and then you bounce and roll as well. Apex 85 feet, Rob. That's pretty much a standard apex height for a 3-wood, and maybe we might see him knock a few down, but obviously depends on the conditions there on the range. But it's great to see Tiger smiling. He looks super relaxed, and trust me, there's the most people on the range are clustered around Tiger.
Right, that grip, folks. Oh, it's just gone away. I hope we get another look at that. That grip. You see so many funky grips nowadays. Morikawa's got a funky grip. Spieth's grip is like a spaghetti hands. It's just very odd. Tiger's got a grip like Arnold Palmer had, Seve had, Hogan had. There's grip pride involved with the way he puts his hands on the club. And as soon as he holds the club, you think, if you never knew who the hands belonged to, if you never saw the face of the body, you just saw the hands on the club, you'd say to yourself, that is a player.
Yes, it's like you were born holding a golf club. Yeah, a little deep in thought there as to. I think there was just gust of wind there from the left-hand side most of the week on the range. I think there was a sudden gust there, and he was waiting, taking his time. The smoother he swings, the better the connection and rotation of the body. It's also a factor.
That's your knockdown shot there. That was half the height, that one. 3/4 follow through, and he just got it running. Look at it.
There you go, 31 feet. That's what he does. I remember him watching him many times on the range at the Open Championships, and he will often come out, and once he gets to, say, a 4-iron, he'll hit 3 different flights. He'll hit the high one, the mid flight, and the low one. Always experimenting with his ball flight, particularly in these conditions, because he knows that's what he's going to have to do during the week.
You know, these young lads that are around now, the JTs and the Cantlays and the Xander Schauffele's and the John Rahms, I wish they'd have been around to know what it was like to play against Tiger in his pomp, because they'll never know that, how he made everybody else play worse than they could because he was so imposing.
Well, utterly dominant. And as we know, he ties the all-time record for the most tournaments won on the PGA Tour with Sam Snead. 17 majors, just the one shy of Mr. Nicklaus, Jack Nicklaus. And, well, it's... you wonder,
15 majors.
Sorry, 15 majors, yes.
I can't let you away with that.
No, sorry, Robert. And, you know, you wonder, is there just possibly one more win somewhere in there? Could he possibly do it with the physical ailments that he has now? Could he manage one more? The mind will tell him forever. The Tiger Woods brain will tell him forever that he can't possibly not win.
He is not here. If you're watching this and thinking Tiger's just a ceremonial player now, he is not here because he doesn't think he can win this week. You can just put that to bed. If he has even a sniff on a Sunday, he's going to worry everybody else, because they'll know he's played well to that point and they know how he closes. So, I can't wait for this week to unfold. I really can't. Just shy of 3 o'clock tomorrow, Tiger tees off.
Yeah. Yes, you can imagine the scenes there at 3 o'clock, just shy of 3 o'clock on the first tee. He will take a monumental gallery with him.
And that might be that for Tiger, because it's a left to right cold breeze. He's not going to hit too many here. You don't want to practice as a right-handed golfer with that left to right wind.
No, but the Tiger covers off, Rob. He's got to go to the driver. Just clip a few drivers, please, Tiger, so we can enjoy this for just a fraction longer.
He must be having a go at these. He's tied the shoelaces up, so he's going to have a rip. But, you know, when you've got a back that's not the strongest, you don't want a cold wind blowing on the back of it for a long time.
No, I mean, the way the wind blew the other day, Robert, when we went out there, it was only gusting, well, they reckon it was gusting 30 miles an hour, so, but it felt like 50. That's also very, very tiring when you're walking into the wind, across the wind, and it's buffeting you. It does make it a longer golf course.
When you get on the range, you can choose the manufacturer of the ball that you play with, so that B tells you that's the manufacturer Tiger uses. This is the driver. That was a very stung golf ball.
Yeah, interesting. I was just going to say, Rob, interesting for everybody at home watching, just the height that the ball is teed with the driver. It's normally, I don't know how you have it, but I tend to like it sort of half ball above. I see when Tiger puts his club down there, well, he's hovering it now, so it's basically square to the club face, but if you measured it, it would be about half ball above the club face.
He's carrying it mid-280s, 264. That was 20 yards shorter than the previous one, but he hit it down and low, and that's why it's running out to the 300 mark.
He's fiddling, isn't he? He's fiddling with the ball flight, and at no point so far has he put the full amount of sting in it. It's about balance and control. And
you know, you get your way around St Andrews by it's not playing golf, it's hitting golf shots. And every golf shot around this course demands something different. It's not a smorgasbord, you just go and play your game and let the course come to you. It demands a certain shot every time you get on the tee box, every time you hit a second shot into a green. So Tiger's trying to hit different shots here, even with a driver. Well, Tiger's working away. I think the driver's not going to stay out for too long because, as I said, that left-to-right wind isn't the most comfortable for a right-hander. Let's see what Iona's up to.
Well, Rob, thank you very much. Down here on the range, and you know, there's a magic, there's a something that happens when Tiger's on the property, and there's a whisper that moves around, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. And you're told to keep it under your breath, but you quickly know where he is, and that's because the crowds start to gather. And here we have another one behind Tiger on the range. And if you take a close look in this crowd, you'll see players that are playing here this week, you'll see coaches, you'll see everyone who's anyone wants to come and flock in here. And if you follow me this way, take a look at this. There's a young John Morgan in there, right in the thick of the action. John, sorry to interrupt you, pal, but you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, I'm being a super geek right now, aren't I? Like, literally, it's not often you get this luxury.
What a view you've got here, Johnny, eh?
Well, you know, I mean, look, he's on the right side of the range here. He was hitting wedges way to the left-hand side, going straight into the breeze. The rain's just starting to fall down. We can see grey clouds in the distance. And yeah, he ain't going to be long now, Iona, and he's going to be calling it a day. You know, this is his warm-up, and he's all wrapped up nice and warm. So he's keeping the body all nice and loose and supple.
Yep.
And now he's just teeing one down here with driver. Look at this. This is going out low. Oh, look at that. Little baby draw, fighting the breeze. Oh, and he likes that.
John, he's played a lot of golf this week, hasn't he? He's been out there on the golf course. He's here on the range. He's putting in the reps.
He is, and I tell you what, you can't write him off. Robin Rowe has just said it in our ears that, you know, this is a man on a mission. He's coming here. He doesn't turn up and play for second place. He doesn't want to just make up the numbers. He's a winner, and he's the best we've ever seen.
Iona, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You're just positioning yourself so when Tiger's finished with his last drive, you're gonna move in there and hijack him and have a quick word with him. I see what you're doing.
Are you saying that as though I'm the coolest customer in town, Rob? I think as soon as you lock eyes with Tiger, I mean, my body just goes stone cold. It's Tiger Woods. That's
never happened, Iona. That has never happened.
No, Rob, it's just incredible. I mean, to be this close to the man, the myth, the legend that is Tiger Woods. It's very, very special to have him here on site this week for the 150th Open. And we're all rooting for him, aren't we, Rob?
Oh, most definitely. This is the moment I was looking forward to since I saw he was going to recover from the car crash and try and get better. I had this picture, this Open, this 150th Open at St Andrews, as maybe the one that Tiger comes back and starts to compete in a major again. You know, my head's busting thinking about what might happen on the Sunday, but I am all Tiger. I'm all in.
And so you should be, Rob. Just look at how low he's teeing this, John. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's a mean height. Look at that. Sean off follow through. He loves these. That's like a Stinger driver. You know, the Stinger's what we came to see when he won at Hoy Lake. You know, he never got driver out of the bag, but round here you're going to be able to. You can drive quite a lot of the greens, weather permitting, that's for sure. You know, it's a very acceptable golf course this week, but hard and bouncy, lots of flair needed, and this man's got it in abundance. He's got all the shots, so this is why I fancy his chances as well. You know, he's such a smart golfer. I mean, that's why you got umpteen majors under your belt and umpteen wins. But here we go, setting one up again.
This one's a little bit higher now, John. This tee's higher now, so he's practicing a variety of drives.
Yeah, and do you know what? Because he's got his little swing monitor there, it's testing now, teeing it up, teeing it low, how much spin he's getting, how much, you know, the ball flight is dictated if it's cutting through the breeze, and he's getting a really good gauge for what he can do. And also he's gauging what this wind is. This is his time to be able to get some really good practice. You can see how much he can move it into the wind, and it's not his first rodeo. Come on, I mean, it's Tiger Woods. I mean, he's won here twice. He loves this place. He knows this is the home of golf, and it is his home. It's his second home, really, you know, and he absolutely loves it.
It's fast becoming your second home as well, John, isn't it? You've been up here a few times.
I tell you what, any estate agents out there, come on, give me a tinkle. You know, I'm up for a few digs.
He loves a freebie, does John. Listen, John, tell us some of your best Tiger Woods stories.
We probably don't remember me because I'm bolder and bigger than I was when I was on tour, but we had a nice road race. I had to let him win because my dad and my mum were not happy with me speeding.
Road race in a car?
Yeah, in a car.
Okay.
He had Stephen on the bag then, and they were in the car, and I had to let him win. But he was all gloating and you know, fist pumping when we got in the car park. And then we had a food fight, and it was me, Scott Verplank, and him, and I think Furyk and Ben Curtis are major champions. And he came round sneakily with a big bunch of grapes, put them down, and just said, you know, come on, let's peel these, and we'll chuck it on when we go live on air.
Yeah.
So yeah, he instigates it. We all start unwrapping the grapes. I found a plum, naughty boy, because I didn't know it's got our bit in it. Anyway, went live. We bunged it at Furyk and Curtis, splattered them to death. I missed Furyk, luckily by an inch on his head with the plum. And he, the camera zooms round. He's got on his all fours out by the door, and I'm caught red-handed with Scott Verplank at the bar. And yeah, it was like, you cheeky git.
There you go. For anyone that needed subtitles there, I understand. He's got a thick Somerset accent, does our John?
Sorry.
Well, listen, John, what's happening now? He's gone back to the wedges. We're pleased to report the rain seems to have stopped for just now. There was a couple of drops coming down there. Clouds are overhead as well, and that wind's still hanging around. But he's not going anywhere just yet, John, is he? No,
and this is the most important part. This is what you're going to see a lot of, this week from all players, not just Tiger Woods, but the wedge game is massive. They're going to get their clubs, they're going to get less bounce on them because it's so hard and firm underground. They don't have a lot of bounce because you scull it over the green. It's inevitable. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's always nice for the bunkers. You go in the sand, but he's the master at dodging them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He
hardly goes
is.
in a bunker. So, I like what he's doing. I remember having a little putting lesson off him as well, pretty much what John Ram told him. It was all about the feel. I was struggling with my putting. That's another story for you, but he gives a lot of information out. He doesn't hold it all to his chest.
Yeah.
He gives it out. If you ask him, he'll tell you.
Just how important, John, is the strategy in plotting your way around the old course going to be this week?
Well, he knows if you can hog it down the right-hand side, if you take the risk on, you're well rewarded. You can bail out left, of course you can. He's going to come to the likes of, say, 7. You don't want to be too heavy-handed off that tee. You've got the big bunker there, short of the green. We've all seen loads of trouble come out of that one. The wind is going to dictate everything, though. This is why they're focused on so many different parts of their game on the range. And this is, you're hitting off the best turf you can ask for, proper Lynx-style turf. And yeah, do you know what? You come to the range, you probably think to yourself, I'm only going to have half hour. You end up having 2 hours because it's that good. Look at that. Oh, look, he's only hit it like 15 feet and it's got a bit of chubby checker on it. He loves it, look.
And he's got all his team here, John. Very important. Joe LaCava there. He's been a significant man for him on the bag for the last few years.
Yeah, great relationship. He's got his back. Lots of confidence. The work ethic of Tiger Woods is second to none. We've seen that time and time again. Look at him. He's an Adonis of a man, and he's had his troubles, and he's fought really hard to be back here. And I take my hat off to him, and he is a credit to the game, and always will be.
He certainly is a credit to the game, John, and I think we're all just impressed, to see what he's achieved in the last few months. Against the odds, yet again, Tiger proves us all wrong. But it's got to be about energy management through this week as well, The wind, the sun, a lot of atmosphere, that's going to be important, isn't it?
Yeah, he's, that's his warm-up. Now it's the old warm down now. He'll have to do some stretches. Helps his back and his leg and everything like that, so there we go.
And
off he goes. The great man.
Yeah, and the crowds will follow, John. We won't be offended if you leave us now.
Well, that was absolutely lovely, Iona. Nice to share it with you.
Certainly was, John. And I think with that, we'll get back to the boys in the box.
And I'm sure they're static.
Mark, I was convinced, as they positioned themselves right behind Tiger there, I was convinced that the twin-pronged attack of Iona Stephen and Johnny Morgan were going to just have a little word with Tiger before he slid off the range. I felt that was coming.
What was unusual for John Morgan is when he normally goes down the range, he stops at every bag, pulls out a driver or a 3-wood and sees if he may have the opportunity to actually hit a shot himself. But I noticed he went nowhere near Tiger's bag. That's a first for John.
He's actually Tony Johnson's love child, because Tony Johnson likes to talk to every single player, have a look at the clubs and everybody loves Tony Johnson and everybody loves Johnny Morgan. It is true. Tiger's left the range. The crowd were suitably impressed, I think, with the way he was going through his selection of shots with all the different clubs he used. The driver was particularly impressive. So was the stinger driver that he hit. Absolutely fantastic. So we're going to see Tiger tee off in our coverage just shy of 3 o'clock on Thursday. How big is that crowd going to be on the first tee?
Ginormous, absolutely. And he may be using that stinger shot with the driver tomorrow.
Well, the work continues. Last-minute adjustments or trying to ingrain a swing feel that they feel is going to work for the next 4 days. That's all you need. Something that's going to work around here for 4 days. Just give me something. But as I said, that wind, you can see it's still up. It's 20 miles an hour, 25 gusting, left to right if you're playing on the range and you're a right-hander. It's the least advantageous breeze direction, that's for sure, for these players. But they're hard at work, and we're staying with them all the way.
I think I played 8 Opens here. And St. Andrews is always a special place. You come into it and it's, if you're not here during the tournament, it's this quiet city. You look at it and then all of a sudden it just lights up.
And Nicklaus is the winner.
It's the oldest championship in golf. That's what it means. I'm just a small part in the history of golf like this. I mean, this has a huge part of history. I'm glad to have been a part of that history. Would have liked to have won here, but I never did. But I had my chances and did pretty well in some other sites.
I always love coming back to the home of golf. I think about it all the time. This is where it all started. The only problem that I have, unless my wife and I come back for a vacation at the age of 82, I don't know whether I'll ever see this place again or not. But that's okay also, because I'm going to be cremated and you never know. My ashes liable to come right over that ocean.
Well, there was no rain forecast, and as we look at Danny Willett checking his phone, probably his data, shots he's hitting, it's raining.
Yeah, he's probably checking the weather forecast, like you say. He wasn't expecting this. He was just about to have a little cool down. And he's going to be cooler now, that's for sure.
Yeah, he is. You know, Iona Stephen lives in St Andrews. She's from here. And she said if you don't like the weather in St Andrews, all you have to do is wait a minute and it will change. So the opposite must be true. If you like the weather, all you have to do is wait a minute and then it changes. Look at that.
Well, as you said, Rob, 20, 25 mile an hour gusting wind. And when you get that rain driving in as well, it is not particularly pleasant at this moment. So they're all taking cover. Players will put the brollies up. They'll probably just wait it out. Hopefully it's just a squall. You do get these little sort of rainy squalls that blow through.
You know, Iona, her nickname is Doug Stephen. Did you know that?
I didn't.
We had a big game, Johnny Morgan, myself and Iona, about a month ago, and she missed a crucial 2.5 footer on the last green. And she is now forever known as Doug Stephen.
Very good, very good.
Homage to Doug Sanders.
Of course.
If you're wondering what we're talking about. And it's a heavy burden to carry, but she carries it well.
Mike Walker to the left, Danny's coach.
Mike Walker, coach to the most recent US Open champion.
Correct, yes. I mean, very much a very famous duo, Pete Cowan and Mike Walker, obviously been associated for so many years now. And it is normally the case, I think, for the players that they can see Pete and they can see Mike, but basically Mike translates and simplifies the complexity of Pete.
It's thinner now in terms of people on the range than it was, 7.5 minutes ago. Quite a few have decided to disappear and stay dry. Danny's still there. He's put a sleeveless on, but he's still there working away.
It could well be a good week for Danny Willett. Just a little further along the range there. There is Lee Westwood. He's not bothered by the rain. He was born in Worksop and around the Sheffield area most of his life. It rains there, believe me, and it's windy as well. Pete Cowan just to the left of the screen, just coming in and out of shot there. So the Cowan Walker team are out there on the range. But Pete, you know, I don't think any coach has ever spent more hours on the driving range than Pete Cowan. He turns up at 6 o'clock in the morning and he doesn't leave until 7 o'clock at night, or his last player is there. I think the most dedicated coach, as they all scamper for cover once again. Keep the grips dry.
Think about poor Iona and John out there. No waterproofs.
No, it's dry here though, Rob, isn't it? In the
here.
commentary box,
Yeah.
it's nice and warm. And I just see you've had a cup of tea, so yeah.
Yeah. We could be live on the range very shortly with nobody on the range. That could happen if this rain continues to fall. Because how much is your practice, how much value is it when it's like this?
Well, zero. I think there's two things: extremely strong winds. I mean, when it starts gusting up to 35, 40 miles an hour, your practice is not going to do you any good at that point either. But certainly in the rain, there's not really a lot of point. And at this stage in the preparation for the championship, as we said earlier, if your game's not in shape now, then you're struggling. And I think one or two of the players, they'll take a little break. They might come back out and do a little putting or something, maybe a little chip in as this squall blows through. But there's no benefit in standing out there right now.
I would agree. I would agree. Let's have a look who's still out there. Ben Campbell, who I believe is a Kiwi. Let's see if he's going to, well, he's going to try and practice as if it might rain and blow 20 during the week. You never know. It's not forecast. Well, that's not, hopefully that wasn't a pause at the top of the swing. They're hardy, those Kiwis, you know. Like Ryan Fox, he's hardy.
I'm not quite sure hard is the word I would use, but I think
Ryan Fox is actually hard.
Oh yeah,
yes.
No, that's just.
I wouldn't want a right hand off him.
That's a golfing rock.
I'm so polite to Ryan Fox all the time. I would not want a clip with his right paw.
There we go. Driver swing from Ben. Got a compact action.
Well, the last one carried 211 yards, so he's trying to hit low ones. Yeah, 227. See, he's not smashing them high in the air, is he?
Just trying to figure if that wind could have quartered. It looked like the rain was blowing straight across. As I say, it has been most of the week off the left on the driving range. But maybe if it's turned slightly and it's slightly into, that is going to seriously affect the flight of the ball and the distance you can hit it, not just into a cold wind but also into rain as well.
Usually when you look down the range and everybody has left, it's because they think it's not going to be a 5-minute squall. They're leaving because this could last a little while, so I'm surprised he's still out there. He's made of stern stuff, obviously.
I think I'm going to give him probably another 3 or 4. And then I think he's probably going to call it a day himself. Let's see if he actually still opens up the shoulders a little bit more here. It's a very controlled swing, isn't it? Rhythm's the same every single time. Now that's not a very effective brolly, is it, Rob?
No, and it's not so bright that you need the shades now, really. It's sort of clouded over. It's sort of standard St Andrews weather. We had the rainbows off that practice tee with so many shots firing down there. We just got a couple now. We can pay very close attention to the right-hand side and the left-hand side. Jason Scrivener's out there, who's Australian, so we got Australasian players down there. Normally you'd associate them with sunshine, wouldn't you? Scrivs, as he's known, if you're in the inner circle. So still smashing one. No, a little look at the data, and this is Jason Scrivener. Nowhere near a driver, he's got a mid-iron in his hand. People are leaving in their droves. He's not budging. I hope we get to see the swing of Jason Scrivener. It's a really good one. It's a really, really good swing. Now just watch this. It's as good as you can swing the club, this. That surely is a practice drill. He doesn't swing it like that. That's just not his normal tempo.
I thought he could hear us, Rob, and he'd heard you say how beautiful, and he wanted to show you it in slow motion.
That was almost like a Colin Morikawa backswing. That is his real swing, but his swing isn't that slow. He's working on something to go back that deliberately and that slow. Means at some point you're going to have to speed up. So that's not a tempo swing, that one, for Jason. I think less chat, more hitting, for us would be better.
Yeah, but this looks like it's vital information. There we go. Let's see if he goes with the drill again, with that sort of slow takeaway. As you say, just rehearsing his takeaway position, trying to make sure he feels that it's in exactly the right place. Now, will he go full speed this time, or will he... There you go, a little more instruction from the caddy now. There you go. But that didn't work.
And then there were two. This is Campbell's attempt with the driver. Looks like he gave that a little bit more oomph. Let's have a look. They're not flying very far down there.
It's got colder, hasn't it? And
yeah.
the atmosphere is heavier. 85 feet apex there on the driver from Campbell. 58 feet from Scrivener, but he's just hitting a 3/4 swing there. It's almost a practice drill with his... It looked like about a 6-iron, Rob, didn't it, that he was using?
25-foot curve. That's a big slide from left to right. Big slide.
I think the last one was not a good one. It looked a little close to the hosel.
25 yard, did I say? Yeah, 25 yard.
Just 12 feet of curve on the driver of Campbell there. So given the conditions, you can see the flags there above the clubhouse, and it's quite strong, and it has quartered slightly, Rob. It looks like it's slightly into now as well off the left, so that would explain that Campbell's drives are not going as far as we saw earlier.
Yeah.
It looks like Jason Scrivener on the left is he packing it all up, or is he finished for the day? He's drying the club face. Does the club go in the bag? No, stays in his hand. He's just taking rest and respite. He's going to wait for the rain to go away.
The little clubhouse at the back right there, as you see from the range, is the Lynx Trust clubhouse, not obviously the main clubhouse.
Well, coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day before the first round, really you should have all your work done by now.
Absolutely, Robert. This is, in fact, I honestly don't think it does you any good at this stage.
No.
You've done everything you need to do. Now it's time to relax.
Well, we're going to leave the damp nature of the range and go to the Cam Smith press conference.
The course looks exactly how I thought it was going to, firm and fast. It's obviously been windy the last few days, so it's been a bit of a challenge, but yeah, it should be a good week.
Can you talk to, you mentioned the course, can you talk to us about how your preparations have been going and what your initial thoughts are?
Yeah, I just did a little bit of practice on Monday afternoon. I was actually probably a little bit tired from last week. It was a bit of a grind. It was also windy there, and last couple of days just played 9 holes. Played the front 9 yesterday, the back 9 this morning. Yeah, like I said, the course is looking fantastic. Exactly what I guess all the players want.
If you've got any questions for Cam, just let us know and we'll get a mic to you. Cam, I'm not sure that you've definitely not played the Open at St Andrews before, but have you played the old course perhaps in amateur golf before? Is this your first time?
Yeah, I think I played the St Andrews Lynx Trophy maybe in 2013 or 14, so quite a long time ago. I think we played a few of the golf courses. Yeah, so it's my first time back here in a long time. I remember the course playing quite a bit different to what it is now.
Great. Our first question, number 2.
Cam, it's been a long time since an Australian's won the British Open, 29 years, I think. Ash Barty broke the Wimbledon drought last year. She was there following your round today. Do you think this could be the year? Yeah, absolutely. I would say this golf course probably reminds us a little bit of home. It's really firm and really fast, which I think the Aussies really enjoy.
I think we're going to have a tough time keeping the ball on the fairway this week, given how firm and fast and windy it's been. A lot of balls have been running off into the rough, so yeah, just got to be kind of wary of that. But you know, Leash and Scotty were hitting it pretty good today as well, so yeah, it should be a good week.
He'll be looking forward to sandbelt conditions, Lynx-like conditions that he can play at Royal Melbourne, places like that down in Australia. We'll see how he fares over the next 4 days. Now, before the rain came down, George Harper is, of course, out and about for us, and he caught up with Tony Finau.
And I'm not sure you can see that on camera, but this is our first few raindrops at the Open for the week. That'll dry the course up a little bit, hopefully not too much. We're enjoying it firm and fast. How's that weather, Toe? Huh? How's that weather?
Well, that rain.
Don't want to get your notes dirty?
Huh?
Don't want to get your notes wet?
Yeah, exactly. We got to cover that up, all weather.
How are you enjoying your experience here, mate?
Oh, it's the best. I mean, to be teeing it up this week, it's quite the privilege. So being part of my first Open Championship here at the old course, home of golf, it's quite a special week. So
it sure is. We'll just get on the other side of our cameraman here. I think He's got a bit of a steep hill coming up. But yeah, such a special week. How do you enjoy Lynx golf and playing in the wind?
I love playing Lynx golf. It's different than what we're used to on the PGA Tour. So this is quite a treat. I've had some success playing some Lynx golf, and hopefully I have my best success yet this week.
Yeah, well, you've made the turn, and all these tee shots, you've got the OB on the right. How do you control this wind? It's been amazing to watch people throwing it out of bounds and getting it back on the fairway. Where's that line, that threshold?
Yeah, they're a lot braver than me. I don't think you're going to see my ball starting out of bounds coming back, but yeah, it's quite an interesting course that way, where when you get this type of wind on the back nine, every shot it's terrible to go right, but the wind is off your right to go left, so then you can expose coming in way left, and that's where they put all the bunkers. So that's what makes St. Andrews so great. You really got to think around this place, and it'll stand the test of time because of that.
Sure. Well, thanks for your time at late notice.
No worries.
No notice at all.
Hey, we go on the fly too, no worries.
Yeah, that's nice. All right, we'll come watch you hit this shot.
Perfect.
Hopefully I'll be able to commentate one down the middle. It is really hitting us in the face now, this wind. Let's come back here and watch these boys hit off. Do you need a little cloth for that lens? Those raindrops are, oh yeah. Things are changing. This is real Lynx golf now. Okay, we'll try and sneak around the side of this tee block here. If I can get you in here, we'll get you perched up nice and low. We'll watch Dimmy here. He's got a very short backswing, much like John Rahm, but it possesses a lot of power. This tee block here has been brought way back compared to normal, so you literally have to hit it over the out of bounds line. Playing a fade and nicely held up against the wind. Lovely shot. I've always been a huge fan of Big Tony Finau, one of the genuine nice guys on tour. A really nice guy. And certainly wouldn't mind seeing him hold the Claret Jug at the end of the week. He'd be a great champion. Another short backswing. Oh wow, high and mighty. Tony, that's not bad. That's just what we talked about. Look at that smile. Yeah, Tony's happy with that one, isn't he? Not bad. Wow, that's a big shot. Big shot. Plenty to see here. The Lynx conditions are playing part. Tony Finau's playing his part. This is good fun.
Well, that was just before the rain came down. Maybe a few more bodies have found their way back out into Misery Hill. That's what we call it. The range. That's where you do all your work and make sure that you're ready to go on Thursday. Time to get back to Ian and John, I fancy.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, you found us here in the Tower of Doom. That's because the rain is coming in. We call it the wet weather station. And given that I got a little bit of heat stroke on Monday, John, I didn't think we'd be up here in a hurry, but nonetheless, here we are. And it's fair to say it's a little bit nippy. If we look out across the grounds here, John, you can see the spectators flocking towards the town. What are the players who are out on the golf course right now going to be doing?
Well, they got the best of both worlds. This is what they possibly could get. You know, if there's a big old cloud like we're seeing to our left-hand side coming their way, you know, this is a bit of rain, lots of wind, best of both worlds. They're going to see if a rain does drop, how skiddy the ball becomes all of a sudden on the greens and on the golf course. That's if it drops quite a bit, that is. And then obviously you can just look out there on the golf course. Looks magnificent. It looks like the wacky races. You know, it's like a Scare Electric track with all the people darting here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah.
And obviously hospitality, HSBC, got the foundation. They're all hitting lovely shots there, promoting all the kids. You know, they're absolutely loving it. So, I mean, there's just so much to do, Iona. I mean, how on earth do they put something up like this? 150th, if you're going to do it in style.
It certainly is, John. It's a wonderful scene, actually. This is a fabulous spot. If you can wangle your way up here through the week, you're not doing too bad. We can see the second hole running out here, the second green, and of course the front line running all the way back before they turn around and come back in towards the town. John, if you were a spectator here coming tomorrow, Thursday, day one of the 150th Open, where do you think you would go and pop a pew?
I like it. I like your terminology there. I would probably, I got to say, 17.
Yeah.
You can see it right behind us there. You get the best of both worlds. You see where they've hit it off the tee, then their second shots into the green, how it's all going to do. You know there's going to be plenty of drama up there. Then you see them hit for home, straight up 18, if they're going to go for it or not. Hopefully they don't hit any out of bounds down the right-hand side or left. And then obviously you can see them come down the first putt out on the green and see them tee off on second. So literally, I think that's an ideal spot. And I know that's going to be jam-packed and so much buzz going on. So yeah, expect fireworks.
Yeah, and it's so special, isn't it, John, the way that the old course kind of leaks its way. It like bleeds into the town and the town bleeds back again. They are one in one of another, aren't they? It's kind of like this integral relationship that they have, and you can just sprawl your way off the 18th green and find yourself in a pub.
Well, there's no other place like this. This is why this place stands alone beyond anything, you know, because what you see here is what you get in town. You just called it. You know, they'll come from here now, it's raining, they're running for cover, they'll go and find themselves a nice spot, a pub, to have a nice couple of drinks, have some neats and taddies, as you would like to call it. You know, I don't really know what that is, but, you know, it's beautiful. You've got the russets there, you know, it's all been doled up, beautiful murals on the ceiling, little putting green up there so you can have a little bet with your friends if you're good enough and you get lucky to have a nice little ticket to go up there. But so many beautiful places, so literally you're not stuck for any kind of, you know, lovely things to do around here.
You certainly are not. Tiger Woods taking to the putting green. He's certainly continuing to put the reps in, John, isn't he? He's working very, very hard to fine-tune his game for these old Lynx.
Well, I can just about see he got doing the long putts, and that's all about feel now. So he's just getting a good feel for the greens. You know, these greens are humongous. We know how many double greens they are. You know, like I mean, there's so many greens out there that are just absolutely humongous, size of a football field pretty much. But you know, pace putting is everything, and he knows this, you know, and this is the kind of the club that is going to seal the deal if he's going to get the win under his belt. You know, he's going to have to hold some serious clutch putts under harsh conditions, possibly. So, yeah, we've seen him striping it on the range. He looks in great space. He's swinging it so well, Iona.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah, he is swinging it well. There's been some comments of him not moving quite as quickly when he was standing next to Justin Thomas on the range, you know, just noticing that his clubhead speed perhaps isn't quite there. But as we know, there's so much more to it than that. It's about being the boss of your ball. And also, John, there's a lot to be said for the creativity that's required. If we just take a look at where we are in our position here, you can see the humps and the hollows and just how big, it's flattened on television, but just how big some of these undulations are. And you have to have your creative thinking cap on and to be able to create magic when you're slightly out of position.
Yeah, you got to mesmerise yourself. You really do. You know, and mesmerise the fans as well. They come out here, you got to get super creative. You got to be sensible, of course you can, but you need a little bit of a rub of the green, you know, because literally the humps and hollows, you'll play a certain shot and you never get the same shot twice ever, you know, in a round of golf, especially around here. It's going to be backwards and forwards like a yo-yo. You're going to be heads 1 minute, going to be off, and, you know, and then it's back on again. You feel like it's all going your way. Next minute you feel like the whole world's against you. You know, the best thing is Tiger Woods, who we just seen and we followed, he's the best at solving that puzzle. Do you know what I mean? There's no guy, I mean, he has a second of frustration, but he's straight back on it again. But this golf course gives you everything, and he's played it all. You know, he'll chip and run it from 100 yards out. He won't be following that. He won't think about getting a wedge and trying to fly it all the way, because really and honestly, this course ain't going to give you that, Iona. It's so hard and firm out there. You know, you need to get that ball on the ground. You just do. Proper links.
John, what impact do you think that Tiger Woods has on the rest of the field in terms of their professionalism, their mental attitude? Because, you know, even when we're standing there on the range, I'm thinking to myself, I want to do a better job. I'm not even playing golf. I mean, in presenting, I want to do a better job. It's like he just somehow raises the bar.
Well, I got a 1-pack, he's got a 6-pack. And do you know what? I look at him and I think, come on, let's get my backside off that seat and get in the gym, you know, because you look at it, he's a man mountain of a man. He's an Adonis, he's there. His work ethic is second to none. I guarantee you, everyone along the range is completely in awe. They know he's here. They're all fighting, jostling for position. I mean, they were stacked behind him. I mean, players in their droves just going out their way to go and have a butcher's at him for 5 minutes, if that, you know, just to see what they see, and they see how calm he plays the game. You said he was a little bit gutted about his swing speed, you know, not being up to pinpoint. That's not a bad thing around a golf course like this. He doesn't need to. You don't have to hit it miles around a golf course like this. He's you know, it's going to do it for you. It's so hard and fast out there. So I don't see that as a problem. But you get to see how he's handling and what he's going through. Like he's working on the wedges all of a sudden. He's going between driver wedges. How he's teeing it up, teeing it down. How he's holding off his follow-throughs. And how many different shots are raised. He was playing big phase, riding the breeze. And then he was fighting a draw into the breeze, you know. And he was just seeing how it's dictating it. And they're all grabbing loads of lovely nuggets. And I tell you what, they'll be going straight to the putting green now and trying to go, any tips, just like I did.
Yeah, well, we're all delighted that he's in the field this week. Now, from one busy man to another, George has been out there keeping everyone on their toes, and he's been seeing what Rory McIlroy gets up to in a usual day.
And what a day. I'll tell you what, someone that was up a lot earlier than me, this young man here. Good morning, Rory.
Good morning. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. 6:30 tee time, that's really putting pressure on the broadcast. But I'll tell you what, the fans have been there the whole way, as you can imagine. The favourite, one of the hot favourites for the Open Championship this year. Can Rory do it? It's been a long time since 2014. But he mentioned he's never felt better entering an Open, so as he pulls driver, similar one to yesterday. Wow. Wow, that goes fast. Always an exciting part of the course. 16 and then the 17th tee shot. Rory McIlroy is in cruise control this morning. I've enjoyed the company of Jerry McIlroy. He said he's striking it well as he makes his way over to the 17th. What a famous tee shot it is. Statistically the hardest course on the Open router since statistics were made. And here he is, the man of the moment. The course record
is 61 here in the Dunhill Lynx. But the lowest score at the Old Course in an Open Championship is 63, shot by Paul Broadhurst and Rory McIlroy in 2010. He's looking at the green flag, so he's actually aiming this left of the Old Course with a fade. The wind is certainly helping him. Such a dynamic position. Oh, that's aggressive. That is a beauty. We've made it to 17, and Rory has made it look like a cakewalk. If we come over here, here's the birdie putt. Have not seen a single person birdie it this whole week. How's Rory looking? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Easy as you like. All right, come with me, Rory. Let's go for this one. Yeah, Rory, what do you do on the road? Traditionally, I'm on here more than you, but how do you handle this situation if you do end up here?
Well, first thing I'm thinking about is not damaging my putter. I mean, you're just trying to give yourself a putt for par, but try and, give yourself 15 or 20 feet and you're happy enough. So I'll try and give it a go.
All right, give it a crack for us. Be careful of that putter. This is as tough as it gets. Get up. Oh, wow. Wow, you put on a show for us today. You'll take that?
Yeah, I can hold that one.
Well, I don't think you can. 10 quid says you don't. Go on. Go on. Oh, no! Oh, you're a tenner. So how are you, mate? You enjoying the week? It's pretty cool here, isn't it?
It is. It's unbelievable. Happy to get out early, to be honest. You know, it's sort of, there's so many little bottlenecks on this golf course that practice rounds can take a long time. So to get out really early and just sort of get it done. I did it back in 2010. I got out really early on the Wednesday morning and followed that up the next day with a nice score. So hopefully I can emulate that again.
Yeah, we were just talking about that nice score. What a memory that was. Can you see scores like that here this week?
No. It's so tricky, you know, with a bit of wind, how firm the course is playing. Even you get good tee shots away, it's very, very difficult. So anything in the 60s this week, I think, is a good score. I said last night, or I said yesterday in the media, I said if you can shoot, 4 scores in the 60s or 4 scores around 70 this week, I think you're going to have a good chance. So it's all about patience and. Whoever can just sort of minimise their mistakes this week, they're the guys that are going to do the best.
Nice. You're about to walk down 18, where we saw you waving to your family in the Russecks. How special is it to have them and be staying right on the course there?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's very handy. I walk to work every day. It's very nice.
Fall to work.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, it is. It's lovely. It's lovely to stay right on the 18th, and just the view of all of this. It's such a special week, the 150th, and it's great to have the family with me as well, so we can all enjoy it.
All right, well, we're enjoying watching you, mate. Cheers. So have a fun week.
Thank you.
Double or nothing says you missed the green. Okay, we've got a deal on that. As we turn and watch him, he's pulled 3-wood here on the 18th, 356 yards. The wind is hammering from behind us. He'll have to lay off this 3-wood a little bit. I've seen a lot of players comfortably get it to the green here. I can't see that. That is straight into the sun. Where is it? I have no idea where that's gone. We're going to have to we're going to have to walk down and check that one out. What's that club there, Rory? 2-1. Okay.
We said the wind was strong, so he's dropping down to a 2-iron. 129 yards wide this fairway. I can confirm I've missed it. Rory, on the other hand, a high and beautiful baby draw. That's money. Nice one. Thanks, Rory. Appreciate that, mate. So there we have it. Rory McIlroy done and dusted on a great practice round, out early by himself, and he is flowing around the course today. And all I have seen is magic. Absolutely perfect golf, and a well-deserved. You've got to pay your debts.
20
Scottish as well.
Of Her Majesty's money.
Well done, mate. Well
Cheers.
deserved.
Thanks very
Have a
much.
great week.
Cheers.
Now you get out of here and rest up.
Cheers. Thank you.
Don't go spend it all at once. Wow. If that doesn't get him excited for the Open Championship, I don't know what will. He's in the winning mood, and I would love to see it.
Well, that was brilliant work there from George. And, well, I have to say, Rory looking in very relaxed mood. Great to see. Fascinating insight there as well. And I tell you what, George won't be able to afford supper tonight. Alongside me, Tony Johnston. And a bit more activity now, Tony, down on the range there. The rain squall has blown through and the players are coming back out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these guys, they've gone soft, Rowie, since our day. You know, we'd be out there in the hail, wouldn't we? There
you go. Danny's back out. Now, he's got the little ball there that hangs from his neck and he squeezes between his forearms. That's just to help with the connectivity of the golf swing. There you go. Releases on the way through. Tony, I could see you with one of those round your neck.
You know, you and I, Rowie, if we tried that, I'm telling you, we would need a chiropractor and a physiotherapist after one hit. We'd probably break our necks.
Yes, I couldn't do that, I don't think. I could maybe do it. Interestingly enough, you say that. I think I could maybe do it pitching. I think pitching I could have that there, maybe keep the connection and keep the ball between my forearms, but my swing, my goodness me, that was like a crab falling out of a tree, my golf swing, so no chance I could do that.
And I was an octopus falling out of the next tree. It's so many different toys they use these days, isn't there? So many things, little tricks and gizmos. I mean, it's the sort of golfer's Toys R Us, this.
Yeah, he has got a few there, hasn't he? Yes, he's got the alignment stick down, and he's got it just inside, I think, the left heel, just for the ball position as well. His caddy there just making sure he stays centred by just holding just a gentle touch on the peak of the cap. In essence, that is just getting him to keep his head still and keep his height in the swing, Tony, isn't it?
Exactly, which is, you know, it's important. It doesn't work for everybody. You know, we had the pleasure of watching Lee Trevino the other day. If you'd said to him, keep your height, he would have just laughed at you. You know, he used to dip a foot through impact. Whatever works for you, but Danny's always liked that very still head, hasn't he? And that's a good idea, just a light touch, so you can just feel it.
Looks to be swinging well, Danny. He is one on this golf course, and you know, don't count him out. Masters champion. Yes, he's had a kind of rock and roll career. He won the Masters, then he went into a little bit of a slump, but back again, swinging well, great attitude.
I think you've been quite kind there, a little bit of a slump. I mean, he had an absolute nightmare, didn't he, for a couple of years, but great on him to have come back from that, because a lot of guys we've seen over the years win a major, you know, maybe sort of forget to reset their goals. They have a downslide and then you never see them again. But he's back and he's playing really well again.
I kind of liken it to reaching the summit of Everest, really, when you actually get that green jacket and take it back home to Sheffield, and you must wake up and a few months later when you actually do come off cloud 9 and think, right, okay, how do I reassess now? How do I readjust to suddenly having done the thing I dreamt of the most in my life, probably apart from the Claret Jug, I would say. What would your order be out of interest in terms of, obviously we are never going to win majors now, but what would have been your choice in terms of the order of what you'd have liked to have won?
Open Championship, then any major, then the money list in Europe, So I set the goals high, and sadly I achieved none of those.
Here you go. Well, Danny's out there clipping a few shots, and this is transposed out onto the golf course as you look at the 18th there with the Hamilton building in the background, and this is the result of what would have happened. 353 yards total, a couple of yards uphill, which is actually interesting, Tony. When you stand on that tee, did you ever see it as slightly uphill and the tee shot from the first being slightly downhill? To me, it looks dead flat.
Absolutely right. No, I never saw that. You know, then lasers came along that give you, you know, the elevation and, you know, how much you're up or below. And it's funny with those lasers, you know, the number of times you'd get on par threes that your whole life you saw was downhill or uphill, and then you got the laser out and thought, hang on, it's the opposite or it's dead flat. No, I'm with you. The only slight uphill I would have seen was the second shot from 80 yards, but otherwise, no, never.
Well, I was very privileged myself to play a couple of Open Championships at St Andrews. I'm sure you've played here as well in the Open Championship. Tony, is that not the greatest walk in golf? Across the bridge and up there?
There's just nothing that comes close to it. There's nothing, and you know, even in a practice round, there's nothing that comes close to it.
So he's taken the ball from round his neck, and the caddy's not holding his finger on the cap anymore. So that means that Danny's going to go a little bit harder at this, cut loose a bit more. And there you go. Now we're up to 200 and... oh, look at this. How about that? Just shy. 304. 170 miles an hour ball speed. Yes, we see players getting up there even nearer 200 now. Some of the longer hitters on the DP World Tours and the PGA Tour. But this is still good hitting from Danny, and he's still warming up, Tony, isn't he? He's not on full power yet.
No, he's not. And you know what? The guys that were long in their absolute prime, in their youth and prime, they can compete a lot longer. Anybody that was a medium hitter, you know, once you get around the 40 mark, really your days are done. You know, as a medium to short hitter, you can't exist out there, Rowie, can you? You just can't.
No, so that last hit of Danny's there, as we check out his stats, would have left him 63 yards. Of course, you've got the Valley of Sin to contend with, the famous Valley of Sin, and the flag at least a couple of times this week will be not far over that Valley of Sin. They're two of the favourite flag positions. He's hitting just a little baby fade there. And there you go. On this occasion, 80 yards. He just took a little off that, just softened it out with a bit of a fade, didn't he?
Yeah, well, you know, Danny's been around for a long time, so he's one of the guys that can alter shape, trajectory, spin. It's a dying art, sadly, you know, with modern equipment, and, you know, you've got TopTracer and TrackMan and all of these things. And the guys work by numbers now, whereas, you know, in the sort of Trevino, Seve, Nicklaus era, there was a lot more feel involved in the game because they had to be, because of the equipment.
Just a wonderful setting, isn't it there? The RNA clubhouse to the left, the Hamilton building to the right, which was once a hotel in the 1890s. It was the Grand Hotel, and it was built by an American businessman, Thomas Hamilton, who was blackballed. Apparently he was not allowed to become a member of the RNA, and he didn't like that, so he built a bigger building just to the right of the clubhouse with a bell pot on the top. Looks like a pepper pot, and apparently that was to shake pepper back in the eyes of the RNA because he wasn't allowed to become a member.
You know what? I did not know that, Rowie. I think that's a brilliant story.
Great posture, you know, look at all the good players. They're great balance, they have great posture, they have well-centered golf swings. Yes, of course, you walk up and down the range and you will see, obviously, no two swings have ever been the same, but the one thing that really you do see is normally great rhythm to the golf swings, but it's the balance, isn't it, that you see. It's
and I think you're right. I think that's set up by the posture. You know, we've seen guys with strange postures and setups who've been great players, but in general, you can tell walking down the range by the posture who are going to have the better swings. And his is superb, isn't it? He just looks so comfortable over the ball. Oh, trying some drivers. What do you think, Rowie? Going for less loft? Wanting the draw more? Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting. He might have a couple of drivers there, and he might be, as you say, could be a slightly different shaft, a different feel. Might just be choosing between a sort of a favourite and a semi-favourite. They're always tinkering, they're always experimenting, and I mean, in all honesty, the technology that's available out there today, it can suddenly make a few yards of difference in launch and spin, and never stop searching, Tony, do they? Never stop searching.
You can get two identical heads, two identical shafts, and they won't play identically in your hands, will they? There's always a slight difference in feel, and that's where the fine-tuning comes in.
See him there just tucking the jacket under his left armpit as well. That again is a little connection drill. It's just you see some players doing that with their putting, where you see them either tuck under the right arm or under the left arm, tuck the shirt or the sweater. It's just keeping that sort of pressure from the bicep on the rib cage, which keeps the connection. Lots of activity out there. Oh, clearly friends and family, and happy to be on there, and great to have the opportunity as well to get on the range, Tony. What a thrill to be able to walk down the range at the Open Championship.
That's fantastic, isn't it? And particularly here, I mean, you know, everything about St Andrews is special. You know, the feel of it. You know, when we used to have it, when we used to have the Dunhill Cup here, and we used to stay in the Old Course Hotel, and the clubhouse was lit up at night with the lights. I used to sit there and look at it and think, you know, if you'd never played golf in your life, it'd be like going into the Sistine Chapel, even if you're not religious. There's just a feel, isn't there? You just know you're somewhere special.
So Danny is looking super cool, super relaxed, enjoying himself. Mike Walker, it's been a long day for Mike. He will have been there since the early hours. His coach, not just coach to Danny, coach to many players, one of the best coaches out there.
You do also see quite a few people out there who don't seem to actually have anything to do with a particular golfer. They're just sort of lurking, aren't they?
It's just such a fun place to be on the range, isn't it? You know, it's you know, you can see, you get a feel for the players when you're up close and personal with them. There's a bit of rain coming back in again there, is there? Just a touch of a squall maybe passing through again.
Yeah, umbrellas in the background. Danny looking uncomfortable.
Well, it's all very relaxed, as it should be. It's Wednesday, and the 150th Open Championship is not far away.
There's so much history in the Claret Jug that it's so much more enjoyable when you're able to put your hands on it. Bringing the Claret Jug home and waking up knowing that this is what you have just accomplished, it just makes you work harder. While I had it, it was some of the best memories, the best times with friends, sharing it and showing everyone. Playing the final round in the final group, it's a lot of pressure. There's nothing like that 18th hole walk. I don't think I've ever felt that emotion, felt that overall joy walking down 18, seeing the stands, seeing the crowd. It was almost like time was frozen in that moment. Once your name is etched on the Claret Jug, you can never take it away. It's been the best year of a defending champion you could ask for. Hopefully I'll see this again on Sunday. Everything that golf represents is all going to be here this week at the Open Championship. This is where golf started. We're going to see a different style of golf, not what we're used to in the US. So it's going to be my job to really figure out and learn as much as I can in the few days I'm going to have coming up.
Well, they say in Scotland it's the only place you need to pack waterproofs and sun cream if you're going out to play a round of golf, and this is a perfect example of that. Some showers overhead, but the rain is trying to break through in reverse order, John. Some sunshine overhead, which we're pretty pleased about, but the rain is still there, lingering around. And look who we have behind us, a recent winner on home soil. It's Adri Arnaus, the Spaniard, and he's hitting some one-handed wedges, John.
Yeah, with the left hand. And I tell you what, he's hitting little baby draws as well. I'm pretty impressed. Look at this. I reckon he's going to do it pretty good. Adri, you keep going, buddy.
How are you doing, Adri?
Very good. I'm doing as well as the rain doesn't come down. I'm doing fine.
We're just saying it's classic Scotland, isn't it? The sun shines out, but it's raining at the same time. You've got to be prepared for all eventualities.
Exactly. No, I was just chatting to Chavi saying I don't see many clouds, and now the rain is coming down. It's quite funny, but you know, that's what we're here for, and we're going to enjoy it.
And this is your second Open Championship. You were in Royal Portrush in 2019. This is a very special week to be a part of.
Yeah, 100%. No, you know, I started the year, you know, putting it into my calendar, hoping that I was here. So it's a dream come true.
And the atmosphere, I mean, are you pinching yourself, Adri?
Yeah, I mean, it's surreal. You know, you get the vibes everywhere you go. Like the fans are out there, and you know, the course says it all. It's as firm as it gets, and you know, it's tricky, so it's a good test.
And what have you been working on? I'm going to hand you over to John in a moment, but give us an idea. We've been watching just a moment ago. You're hitting wedge shots with one hand.
Yeah, I mean, I do that pretty much at every start of my session. I just try to, you know, kind of separate the swing in two hands. Sometimes I do right, sometimes I do left. It gives me a good idea of how every hand needs to work, so it's good to start like that.
We know that feel is very important when it comes to Lynx golf. Perhaps you could demonstrate one for us just now of what you were just doing.
Well, I've actually been watching him closely, and this is unbelievable. Hopefully we haven't put too much pressure on him now. I know he can handle it.
He eats pressure for breakfast, John.
I know, he thrives on it.
Yeah, so for me, whenever I use the left hand, it should be drawing. So we have the wind from the left, and it's a good feeling when you get, you know, the hand leading the club. So that's why I use most of the time the left hand on these conditions.
Do you tee it up with the left and then leave it down? Oh, I'll go over your balls here.
Don't worry, John. It's all right. I'll get that for you.
I'll
get that for
right.
you.
Well, I can't say that word. Anyway, but yeah, what happens when you kind of go with the right hand? Do you tee it on the ground or do you just nip it off the top like this one? So what are you trying to achieve with the right hand?
Exactly. So right hand, it will give me a bit more of a fade. It also, I feel it's a bit more loose. So it's not ideal from wind left to right. So that's why I use my left hand. And I usually tee it up because I don't want to do my life too hard.
Well, good man. Can we see one? Is that all right with your right? Because I tell you what, the left was pretty special. I want to see if this is just as special. I'm sure it is. I'll let you have another one. You happy with that? It was nice and low. It looks like it was going to come in nice and fizzy and a bit of spin on it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess with the right hand should come out higher than the left hand.
Yeah.
Because the left hand is leading the club face.
Oh, come on, man. Take two. Oh, that's the flight I was looking for.
That's
Iona, look at that.
That's
you hit
gorgeous.
those.
Oh, I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Adri, let's would it be all right to whip out your lowest iron and even just let us see that thing, because it's a thing of beauty. Go and have a grab of it.
Well, this
I don't know what you're talking about.
So this is a 2-iron.
Yeah. I mean, this one is one that we're going to be using here quite a lot. You know, sometimes you would like to just try to chase it close to the green, but some others you just want to, you know, probably lay back a little bit more, and this will definitely help us to do that.
So you can hit it off the tee, off the fairway, all over the golf course.
All over the golf course, yeah. Not so high, so that's what we need around here.
It sounds like a weapon. Can we have a little look at you hitting one of these?
Well, I got to say, Audrey, I was there for your maiden victory at PGA Catalonia, and you were in a monster battle, you know, in a playoff, and that was your go-to club on the 18th until we went to 17, where you hit that unbelievable shot. And I just want to show people, I've watched this man forever and a day with this weapon, and it's the flattest, most penetrating ball flight. I hope I ain't putting too much pressure on you. Come on, my friend, show us a way.
Take it nice and easy, Adri. Wow. That is an absolute rocket, a pocket rocket.
Right. I know there was a quick one I wanted to ask you, Audrey, as well. You know, what did you learn from your win at Catalonia, especially coming down a stretch and you're there at 17? You hit that wonderful iron shot, second shot to that tight pin back right, I mean, which sealed the deal. I mean, tell us what you learned from that and what it's given you going forward.
You know, I think I learned a lot from that, but I learned more from, you know, the times that I was close to getting it done. So probably, you know, what I put into place in PGA Catalonia is that, you know, I stayed very patient. Even on my last round, I kept making birdies, but never got ahead of myself, and I kept that going for the playoff. So it was great. I mean, when I finished, I didn't even know if I played 3 holes of playoff or 10. So, you know, staying in the present moment for sure.
Well, it's always lovely to win on your home surface, that's for sure, your home country. But coming round here at St Andrews, that's an amazing weapon to have in your bag, especially in Lynxy conditions.
Yep.
Tell us how you're going to tackle St Andrews, and you've done all your homework now. It's you know, the penultimate day, you know, before it all starts tomorrow. And what's your game plan? Obviously to win it, but how are you going to go about it?
As I was saying, the more I can stay with the shot I have in front of me, the better. You know, and hopefully on Sunday we're right there to take the Jared Clark home. But with that said, yeah, I guess there's some points that you can be aggressive, and some others that you just gotta play to the fat side. And in this course, you always have a fat side, so just take advantage of that and then execute.
Do you see yourself with a putt on the 18th and do a Seve Ballesteros move to finish it all off and go crazy? I know you like going crazy.
Well, you know, I've seen that video plenty of times, so hopefully we can be there.
Good man.
Oh, Adri, well, we're delighted to see you in the field this week. We wish you all the best and thank you for your time this afternoon. For now, we'll get back to the boys in the box.
Fabulous insight into one of the power hitters on the DP World Tour and in World Golf as well. How about that, Tony? That was a 2-iron, and that was way past any driver we ever hit.
Well, unless we hit it off the top of the Empire State downwind onto a runway. Amazing. 2-iron, just whisked a 260 something through the air.
The great shame about that interview for me was that John Morgan didn't actually step on Adrian Elsa's launch monitor and fall fully over the basket onto his back. He nearly went, didn't he?
Well, that's already one of the funniest parts of the week. He took it all very much in his stride, didn't he, Morgie? He's a good man.
Well, the stands cleared quite quickly as the rain squall came in about half an hour or so ago, but they're cramming back in there again, and the players are coming back out. There's very final moments of preparation now, Tony, really, before the off.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, you're sort of just lining all your ducks up, aren't you? You know which parts of the game are really are ship shape, which ones need a little bit of sharpening, and then you'll finish off here, you'll head out of here, chill for the evening, and just come out with a great attitude in the morning. That's it. The homework's done.
Yeah, it truly is the most international championship, always has been in the history of the game, the oldest of the major championships, the 150th anniversary this year at St Andrews. Kim there, fully sponsored. He's got more badges than a Formula One driver.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space left, is there, Rowie?
Been the most amazing buzz around the town since we got here. I got here late Monday evening. I don't know when you got here, Tony, but the streets in the evenings are absolutely crammed full of everybody enjoying themselves, celebrating golf, celebrating being at the home of golf in St Andrews. And there is I don't think there's a place in the golfing world where the sort of synergy between course and town is the same.
No, you're 100% right. We were talking about it today. I mean, everything is aimed towards golf in this town, isn't it? You know, there's golf bookshops, there's golf clothing shops, there's golf equipment shops. Just St Andrews is golf, isn't it? We forget about the university. We know there's a fabulous university here, but yeah, it just breathes the game.
So flat carry round about 270. 167 ball speed is just about the tour average. So once you start getting above that, then you're basically gaining a little bit. Hang time 6.1 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's probably capable of carrying a lot further if he wants. I think maybe just working on rhythm, just smoothing it down there. And the temperature's dropped a bit, Rowie, so things will be flying a little shorter, won't they?
Yeah, he's not hitting these flat out, Tony, is he? I mean, again, a lot of the players are working, obviously wanting to hit the ball, control the ball, flight control, the spin, working on a particular shape, and an awful lot of these lads, well, they'll have another 10 or 15 in the bank.
Yeah, and they're all so strong now, Rowie. You know, most of these guys, if they decide to really unleash one, you know, suddenly they just smash one, a completely different swing, different distance, and you think, my goodness, where did that come from? But they are so strong. They're in the gym, they're pushing weights, they're doing all sorts of things.
Well, we'll leave Kim to finish his practice session and we'll head out and we'll see what George Harper's up to.
We've found some more fun here on the 16th green. Sam Burns, he's paired up with Straka Kisner and the world #1 Scotty Scheffler. It's a big powerhouse group, no doubt about it. As Scotty looks to prepare himself for the challenges that await in the bunker, and cruising on over to him is Sam Burns, who's had 2 PGA Tour wins this year. The most recent, which should be noted, was the Charles Schwab Challenge, which he won in a playoff against the person standing next to him in the bunker, Scotty Scheffler. So these guys know each other well. It's been a friendly year for these two, and obviously they've been 2 very celebrated golfers. He actually won that playoff with a birdie on the first playoff hole. So Burns is certainly one to watch. He's climbed his way into that top 10. Using the lip well there. They have redone all the edging to the bunkers. I'm not sure you can see the freshness in which they have been done, purely for the 150th. So every single bunker is looking picture perfect this week. We saw earlier in the day them putting water into the bunkers. We had a good lesson from Dean Burmester on how to play it out of these. These two are on top of the world at the moment. Life is pretty good. The control and the way that they just pop them out of the bunkers is seriously impressive. And it goes without saying how impressive Scotty Scheffler has been this year. The race to stardom. I remember interviewing Scotty Scheffler when he just got his PGA Tour card. He was the leader on the Corn Ferry Tour. Interviewed him in Phoenix, a young pup. Boy, has his career taken off. This part of the 16th green is going to be very popular. I'm not sure you can see that big drop-off slope here at the start. They're going to have a pin on that tier in the front right, and a lot of players are going to bail out here and just back themselves to make up and down from this exact spot that Scotty Scheffler is practicing on. They have to be so fastidious in their preparation here. So many different lies and different undulations, and if Scotty does anything like that putt he just did, he should have no worries. Nice, Scotty. Nice. This 150th Open has been wall-to-wall entertainment. You turn a corner and there's big names everywhere. You turn the other corner, there's great views everywhere. It truly does feel like this is a special place this week. Ooh, helping him out there, Burnsy. The weather's sort of holding off, but just been a little threatening. We've seen it all today, no doubt about it. They're just talking about the weather at St George's last year. That was pretty stunning. All week it was calm. Calm for Colin Morikawa. It's great to be able to hear how they describe and work through all their games. As Scotty enters the road hole, the crowds continue to gather. Everyone is certainly enjoying their perch here on the 17th, albeit with a slight bit of drizzle. Right behind striker here. Just found a couple of driving range balls. It's not a good sign over on this side of the course. Oh, that could be in the jigger. Didn't hear any audio, but everyone was certainly expecting it. Burns now. Sam Burns on the road hole. I think that first drive would have scared him. Right down the line. Lovely shot. Oh, Kevin Kisner. Jumping ahead of you there, Scotty. Geez, we are right in close to the action here. Kevin Kisner made a really good run for it at Carnoustie at the Open. So he's no stranger to being near the top of the leaderboard, and with a swing like that, you can see why. And here we have the world #1, Scotty Scheffler, on the road hole. Straight at that tower. Be aggressive. Oh, it just hasn't faded. He's double crossed it a bit. I swear I saw his... It sounds stupid, but I saw his feet slip even before his traditional dance moves that he so often does. So fascinating to see that this man, and the way he swings it, has gone on to the top of the pops. Straight on. He's going to be in the rough with that one. He hasn't taken on too much of the corner. He won't be overly satisfied with those two tee shots. One more for Straka to finish. And that is perfect. A great group. And a great opportunity for the UK fans here in St Andrews to watch the best golfer in the world. We hope you enjoyed watching it too.
Welcome back to Afternoon Live at the Rage. I'm here with Peter Finch. Peter, it's glorious sunshine, absolutely stunning. At the final day of prep before the Open Championship tomorrow, you've been in the commentary box over the last couple of days. I know you're very analytical about golf swings. A golf swing that stands out to you that you've seen?
Probably, to be honest, there's been a few which I like the look of, obviously, from the past.
Yeah.
Out here, and I know it's probably an easy choice, but Matt Fitzpatrick is.
You're really sticking your neck out there.
He's
US
really,
Open
I
champ.
know, yeah, really got off that fence hard there. Yeah, Matt is just absolutely ripping it, and his control over the ball flight is so good. And to be honest, in this kind of wind, if this carries on, that's going to be vital. But we did. You just mentioned the weather. We did just get a very gentle reminder about half an hour ago about the fact we are in Scotland and not on the Costa del Sol.
We are, and it was raining. It was sort of spitting, wasn't it, for about half an hour?
Spitting?
And then, well, it was. I was
spitting.
I was over there in the TV compound. What was it like? Tell me.
It was horrible.
I was hiding.
Half the course was a big grandstand up by the first. Everyone was sheltering behind it to try and escape from the rain.
It turns so quickly here in Scotland, but now they've got gorgeous sunshine. So you put your wet weather gear on. That's what you've got to be so good at: the versatility and flexibility out on the course to be able to learn to play and adapt in these conditions.
Absolutely, yeah. Quick on, quick off.
Yeah, so you mentioned Matt Fitzpatrick. I was talking to Paul McGinley about his grip earlier on, and Pete Cowan was explaining. Can you just explain his grip? Strong left hand?
Yeah, he has a massively strong left-hand grip, which normally, in most circumstances, that's going to hit the ball left for a right-hander. But the way he grips the club and the way he delivers the club, it is still slightly short, but he turns his body so well that he can actually hold that face nice and square. It's not a grip which you would recommend for many golfers, but it's something that he's grown up using, and he's actually used it to his advantage in many respects. You see that with a lot of players, like Rahm, with a weak grip, bows his wrist, uses it to his advantage.
Yeah. We saw Jon Rahm. He was on the practice in the short game area earlier on in the bunkers. We were talking about the design of the bunkers here, the rivetting of them, which is so unique. Fantastic design. Means it doesn't get plugged, but it creates very tough lies in those bunkers, doesn't it? I think 110. David Howe said there are 140 bunkers. I think it's 110 here.
I've played around here and it felt like there was 6,028.
Really? Yeah.
And there's so many of them. They're so deep and they're so oddly positioned at times because of the history of the course.
So clever, isn't it?
Absolutely. And like there's some of the bunkers. There's one on 15.
Yeah.
It looks like he's eating a TV tower. It's that big. It looks like the mouth of hell has risen up to this golf course to try to swallow things. And if people get stuck against the face, you just got to go out sideways.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
And psychologically, it's so tough to deal with scenarios like that when you're out on the golf course. I'm sure a lot of our viewers can relate to that. If you're in a bunker and it does eat you up for a couple of shots, to bounce back from that, bounce back ability is key when you play golf. You've got to keep your head, haven't you?
I mean, I've played around here a few times and seen a few times when people get up against the face, should go out sideways, but the flag's there.
It's
they
so
go
tempting.
For it. And that's the thing, you hit it, hits the face, comes back, you compose yourself, hit it again, comes back, you start to get a little bit angry. Before you know it, you've hit 20 shots, you've picked the ball up, and you've walked in. Well, actually, no, not here, because you would carry on.
Carry on. How important is smart play? What do you say to those that you coach to plot your way around a golf course, which is so vital this week?
I mean, missing on the right side is going to be key. So if a pin is on the left-hand side of the green, for example, obviously these are massive greens, but you just better miss it to the right-hand side. It's as simple as that. Just don't leave yourself in a situation where you will have to come out sideways and you're costing yourself a shot, a wasted shot.
Yeah. What's impressed you the most, having been in the commentary box and watching these golf swings? And the way that the pros practice before going out.
I mean, one of the
we could turn around and we could look at Aldrich Podgita if we want to turn around here, the young amateur champion, 17 years young. I've been speaking to his caddy Mike actually inside, and he's just saying how calm, cool and collected he is. His mum and dad are over.
Oh, he's a big lad, Tony. These South Africans, just for a young man, he's a powerful specimen, isn't he?
He's seriously strong, and you know he's been touted in South Africa as a future superstar. Winner of the Amateur Championship, only the third South African ever to do it in the history of the game, and he is fearless. He's got no nerves and strong. Whew.
Yeah, a lot of the power comes from the waist down, top legs, powerful thighs, and it's that in transition that gives you the speed, work from the ground up.
And the nice thing about it, Jamie, is it's it's natural strength. He's never going to have to go into the gym and pump weights and destroy his body. We've seen that happen a lot in recent years, guys breaking their bodies in the gym. He's just, look at the size of those legs, Jamie. That's bigger than yours and my waist put together.
Yeah, I bet he's a good rugby player. Stays on his right side quite a bit, then he gets off it at the end. But what a thrill for him. 17 years of age, wins the amateur championship. Here he is, home of golf. I bet he can't believe it. Teeing it up with all the superstars. Oh, go on. Let's have a look how far this carries. Flat carry. Ball speed is right up there, 187, wow. 285 carry and a left to right wind, that's strong.
And quite cold out there now too.
Yeah, he's not feeling it. I'm not sure you want to hit too many drivers with a left to right wind on the range. That's the issue, isn't it, for a lot of these players?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you, Jamie. I just hated left to right winds, especially being a fader of the ball, because the temptation was to lose it right on the wind and it would just keep going and head out.
Yeah, or you do opposite that he just done there. You just come over a bit too much. It's time to leave and hit a few wedges, I think, and just calm down a little bit. But yeah, what a promising future lies ahead for this young man. Yeah, he's got the iron out. I'm not surprised. And the trick is to play within yourself on the range, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would say that's exactly right. I think I used to come and arrive at the Open, and I used to overdo it. I didn't really treat it the same as other weeks. I tried too hard. I practiced too hard.
He had his press conference yesterday. Let's listen in.
This is where it all began for me as an amateur. My first chance to play in the Open Championship was here. I never forget I played with Ernie Els and Peter Jacobs from the first 2 days, and yeah, a chance to play with some greats in practice rounds. Freddie, Raymond, Ollie. It was Langer. I mean, I had a great time as a young little kid, and they showed me the ropes of how to play this golf course and how many different options there were. And it was eye-opening that how this golf course can play as easily as it can be played, and also as difficult it can play, and just by the wind changing, and obviously then when the tide changes as well. So just being here, I think this is my 6th Open Championship here, I think. Yeah, just to have that experience and just to have the ability to build play here at the home of golf is always quite special, and then to have won it twice is even that much more special.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, we'll take questions. If you can raise your hand, we'll get a microphone to you. It's obviously a busy room. We'll start with where are we going here? We'll start with you at the front, please.
Hi, Tiger. How are you feeling in terms of your body, and how close are you to this being kind of as good as it gets?
Well, my body certainly can get better, but realistically, not a whole lot. You know, it's been through a lot, and at 46, you don't quite heal as well as you do at 26. So yeah, it is what it is, you know, and just lucky enough to, in our sport, to be able to play as long as we are able to play, and you know, late into the 40s, and especially on Lynx golf courses like this, you can contend into your 50s. You know, we saw Tom have it on his putter to win, you know, late in his 50s. So it can be done. It just takes a lot of knowledge and understanding how to play this type of golf. And you know, with the fairways being fast and firm, it allows, you know, players who are older to, you know, run the ball out there and have a chance.
Okay, next question, Ian, front left.
Tiger, just how different does it feel this time around, it being the 150th Open and with so much emphasis on history this week?
It really does. It feels more historic than it normally has, and it's hard to believe that, you know, because we are coming back to the home of golf, and it is history every time we get a chance to play here. But there's, you know, so much that's going on this week, you know, to be able to play, you know, yesterday with Lee Buck, and to hear him chatting the entire time over every shot as he's hitting the shot. And just to be able to have that type of experience. And tonight we're going to have our Champions Dinner, because we only do it here. And, you know, it's hard to believe it. It's been 150 years we played this tournament, and it's just incredible. The history behind it, the champions that have won here, and as I said, it's hard to believe it's more historic, but it really is. It does feel like that. This does feel like it's the biggest Open Championship we've ever had.
And just to follow up on that, obviously, as a two-time Open winner, Greg Norman wasn't invited to all that is going on at the moment. I just wonder what your reaction to that decision was, Tiger.
Well, the RNA and obviously had their opinions and their rulings and their decision. Greg has done some things that I don't think that's in the best interest, you know, of our game, and we're coming back to probably the most historic and traditional place in our sport, and I believe it was the right thing.
Yeah, Joy at the front, please.
Tiger, you've always said that this golf course is probably one of your most favorite golf courses.
It is my favorite. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I swear, without a shadow of a doubt, we've found the windiest seat at St Andrews. What a picture-perfect view it is. I'm doing my best to shelter from the wind. We're in the grandstand of the 11th tee. If you can see down here, my favourite hole, the par 3, and it would be a mighty battle today. I said earlier in the week that the first grandstand was one of the best seats in town, but this has certainly trumped it. You can see so much golf at this end of the course. As we look down, you've got the 7th and 11th green there. A fun fact about St Andrews, which I really love, is that all the double greens, there's 7 of them, they all add up to the number 18. So 7 and 11. And then here we've got 10 and 8. You do the maths, it's pretty simple stuff. But look at this view. Ocean views, everything. But wow, St Andrews is flexing its muscles today. The wind is next level up here. Now, a couple of gentlemen who are quite disappointed that I've given away the secret that this is the best seat in the house. Hello, boys.
See, I was going to give you your money back, but now you reneged on the bet.
What's your name, mate?
My name is Alan.
Alan, how much are you enjoying this? I know you didn't want me to tell the world that this is one of the best seats because you want to be here in the weekend, don't you?
I do, but he was kidding about it. Really, the best seats are way back up by the Royal and Ancient Club.
So where are you guys from? How far have you come to watch the golf?
I'm from Kentucky, but I live in Germany.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, from the United States, but I live in Germany.
Nice. And how cool is this event in terms of a sporting scale? It doesn't get much better, does it?
It doesn't get better than this. Yeah. Played it 2 or 3 or 4 times, but to see the pros play, it's going to be exciting.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. Well, thanks very much for the advice on where to sit. I'm going to go continue my trip around St Andrews and maybe get some cover from this wind. Can't wait to see some golfers play this par 3 11th right into the teeth. It is so hard to get it on the green, let alone get it on there and stay there. Whew. And just like that, we're instantly out of the wind. A bit of a reprieve. But you've heard it here. If I was to come and watch the Open as a spectator, I think this is where I'd be sitting.
We're on the range and I'm delighted to be joined by Mark Scorer from the On-Course Foundation and Tommy Fleetwood as well. Guys, great to see you. Now, I want to explain the On-Course Foundation. It helps rehabilitate injured, wounded and sick servicemen and women through golf. And Mark, you've just done a tremendous walk, starting at Royal St George's. Tell us about it.
OK, so on the 28th of June, we've carried the pin flag for the 18th here at the 150th Open. We've gone via all of the previous Open Championship venues around the country.
Great.
We've also had a beneficiary in Northern Ireland who did a 50-mile walk to Royal Portrush so that we didn't miss them out as well.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
How tired are you?
Well, I've been part of the support crew.
Okay.
So we've had 55 beneficiaries of the charity take part as a relay. So it's not just walking. We've had people running, cycling, hand biking, kayaking, and open water swimming. We've had people swim 3 rivers, including the Mersey, the Tay and the Firth of Forth. So it's been a huge team effort that has been fantastic for all of our beneficiaries that have taken part. Real character building stuff, and which is what we're about, rebuilding their confidence.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant. And Tommy, what's your association with the On-Course Foundation?
Well, Mick, there he is.
Come on, Mick, come and just show your face.
No, he doesn't like
come and show your face. There he is.
Took up the opportunity.
Hello,
straight
Mick.
away.
Good to see you.
You weren't missing out on that one. But he's been a marshal for a very long time. I've had him for so many events, and we've ended up very close. And for Mick being ex-military and one of these guys, he's always kept me in touch with what these guys are doing. And every now and again, I get the chance to help and support. And you know, I've met some of the guys, and it's been great, really. I love it, and getting to do something like this. You know, I've just walked the closing 2 holes with the guys and watched the reception that they get.
So you walked today 17 and 18, which
I
was
did
the
the
last
hard
little...
final stretch.
Yeah, it was
I
tough.
did 17 and I made a massive contribution to the walk on 17 and 18.
It's great to have you involved.
Yeah, and you know, I am always a massive fan of the game, and to see what good that the game can do, I'm always a massive advocate for that. And when you hear stories for these guys and what good golf does for those, that's amazing to hear, really.
Yeah, it really is. Mark, from your perspective, how does golf change the lives of these guys and girls?
Well, we try to set the environment to rebuild their confidence, and there's so many things you can take from the game of golf into life. We always try to think about, sometimes when we play golf we hit a bad shot, but we can't do anything about it, so we've got to park that and move on. We all make mistakes in life as well at times. We've got to park those and move on. We can only look at what we can affect in the future, and that's what we try to do with the guys and girls involved.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and sport and mental health is such a synergy and such a symbiotic relationship. Tommy, when you hit a bad shot, how do you get over it? How do you get over it on this Lynx golf course preparing for the Open?
I tend to quietly moan about it and call myself all kinds of names, and then we'll see what happens with the next one.
Yeah.
But it's great to hear that, and you know, you easily get caught up in you know, the golf the golf game, the game of golf, is
Yes.
very, very hard, and
Yeah.
we get angry at ourselves very often. And these guys have been through a lot more, and these guys are far more inspiring than anything that you know, I get to see for pretty much all the time. So you guys, thank you to you, and I'm very, very
Great
grateful that
stuff.
I've got to be a part of it. And just hearing you guys speak and watching you guys walk down the few holes is an amazing thing for anybody, really. So I'm very, very grateful.
Great stuff. What was it like walking down 18?
Well, I didn't. It was Ian who walked down 18. Ian's our double amputee. Well,
Where is he? Is Ian over there? Can we just get a picture of Ian? Give us a wave, Ian. Give us a wave.
Go on, Ian.
There he is. Done a brilliant job. Well done.
And with Laura as well.
And Laura.
Oh, well done, Laura. Well, guys.
And me.
And you. Tommy.
And me.
Tommy. Excellent stuff. Thanks so much. And great weekend at the Scottish Open. Good luck this week from... Yeah,
Thank you.
great stuff from all
thank
of us.
you, yeah,
We've got to go, but
enough.
we'll
We're
see
going,
you soon.
We're going.
Miserable round. I think he may be losing the golfing brain here. I didn't judge that well at all. And that was a poor one. I'm not sure this is right. This is going to be a day to remember for all the wrong reasons. This is a total mistake. Now that is bad.
It is not the critic who counts. Not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena.
Gladiators entering the arena.
Whose face is marred by sun and wind and rain.
It is brutal out there.
Who strives valiantly. Who battles in the face of adversity and misfortune.
He's just had their hard ripped out.
Who devotes his life in the pursuit of excellence, knowing there is no greatness without effort. Who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error or shortcoming.
I don't believe this. It's going to be scarred for life.
The journey is hard. There is none harder. But he who spends himself in this worthy cause, this one true test, will at the best know in the end the triumph of high achievement. And at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. Everything has led to this.
It's always a special occasion when you are next to Tommy Fleetwood and Peter Finch and the one and only Claret Jug.
It's very special. It's very special for me. You know, she's making it up.
Tommy, do you know this dates back to 1872? Such a rich history filled with some of the greatest names in golfing history. Do you have a favourite Open that you've played in? I want to mention Royal Portrush 2019.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can mention. I think. You know, for me, Portrush is a special one because, you know, since I was a very young boy, like winning the Open has been a massive dream of mine, and I've chased it for a very long time. And no matter what happens, I know I didn't win, but I still, you know, left the course on Saturday night, and I was playing Sunday, like very, very close to achieving it. So that, whether I won or lost, will always be a special occasion for me. And you know, I was literally on the green with Shane when I got to see him win and experience it with his family. So that was very, very special. I would have liked it to have gone the other way, but it's still very special. I think for me, I'm very, very lucky that I grew up in an open town. I grew up in Southport, so the Open at Birkdale.
Let's have a look at the names for
That's
Royal
it. Stop
Birkdale.
Tommy talking.
No,
and
not
go
at
straight
all.
to
You
tie.
keep going. You keep going. If we go round here, we have to
Keep
all
going.
the way
Keep
round.
circling.
Keep
Do the
going,
circle.
Kevin, the cameraman, he's coming round the other side. So Royal Birkdale, we've got to go to.
It's here.
2017, of course.
So that one is obviously a special one. My first one was in 2013 at Hoylake, so that's practically a home open as well. That was that Rory?
That was Rory, yeah.
Rory.
Yeah,
and I've never got to play one at Royal Lytham and St Anne's, which actually would pretty much be another home one. So I've got 3 opens within like 40 minutes of where I grew up, which is pretty unique.
Great landscape. And what about coming here to St Andrews? What's it like walking on this hallowed turf?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, well, this one has been something that everybody's been looking forward to for a long time, and it's actually amazing because we come to St Andrews every year. We play the Lynx every year. It's not even close to being the same golf course. How firm and fast and the conditions that they've got it playing. Spoke to a few people about how all of a sudden how tight the course actually plays. It's really, really weird with the crosswinds and how firm it is. Yeah. But this is a massively special occasion. It's 150th Open and it's at St Andrews. So I think everybody has an appreciation for how cool this week actually is.
Yeah.
I mean, we know you've got the pedigree to go on and lift this. We're all rooting for you. I suppose the most important question is, after you've lifted it, what's the first drink that's going in it?
What's the beverage? I'll if I'm lifting the Claret Jug, I'll drink any particular beverage. Don't you worry. Anything can go in it, and I won't be too picky.
The celebrations were going on for a while. I actually caught it with Billy Foster earlier on today, and he said it was a couple of weeks celebration after the US Open victory. But in terms of here at St Andrews, Tommy, you're coming into this off the back of a great weekend at the Scottish Open. That must give you a boost.
Yeah, it's. I feel like I've been doing a lot of good things all year, but not. The margins are so small these days, and I've been very, very close to really good results, but always sort of not been the right side of it. And even a week like last week, I felt like I'd hold a 12-footer on Friday, which I thought was to make the cut, and then I had a chance of winning on Sunday. So it just goes to show how the game is at the moment, and the margin for errors are so small. But I was really, really pleased with how I played last week, and we have a short stint of Lynx season in the year, so last week I felt great that I'd played that way and come here to a course that I love and that I enjoy playing. But we'll see. You never know what the game's going to give you, but I'm definitely excited about going out to play. I've got an amazing 3-ball for the first 2 days.
Remind us who you're with?
Fran and Justin. So
it's awful. It sounds awful.
Yeah, so it's a really nice.
It's the bromance. The bromance is back.
That.
I mean, everyone's talking about it, aren't they?
It's it's a really comfortable 3-ball and something that I'll be made up because they're 2 of my closest people out on tour. So to be out there playing, in arguably our biggest event ever, it's nice that I'll be out with those and we'll all be giving it our best shot. And you know what, we'll see. But it's already been a special week.
Yeah, it certainly has. It makes a difference though when you're playing with people that you feel really comfortable with.
Yeah.
Who do you not feel? I'm only joking, but it does make a difference. No. It does make a difference. The body language you read from the other guys that you're playing with. Does it put you at ease? Does it help your game?
I think so. I never particularly focus on any, the others, but I think it can. I think it can make a difference. It helps if you're all playing well. You can carry each other along. If I was playing with Peter Finch, I'd probably withdraw. Probably wouldn't bother.
If I was playing with Peter Finch, I would probably withdraw as well. So. Thanks very much.
But yeah, it does. And like I say, we're coming into the Open, which is such a big event, and you've been waiting for it for a long time. And then, it's gonna be a lovely couple of days with those guys. So that's great.
I think with the conditions out there, this is the firmest and the fastest I've seen it here, and the wind might die down a bit. What are we looking at score-wise, you think? What's the number going to be?
I honestly have no idea, and I'm useless at picking a score. I'm much better off just going out and playing and seeing what I get. Yesterday was a massive eye-opener, to be honest, because I've never seen it this firm and fast, and it was really, really strong crosswinds, and always when you're playing, you think you're the only one that's struggling with it, and and then I saw a few guys, and I actually saw Gary play earlier, and he asked, you know, he was talking, and I was speaking to him about it, and again I said it's amazing. I mean, it's massively wide. The golf course is massively wide and forgiving off the tee normally, but the fairways are running at, you know, like a motorway, and the winds with how strong they were. Once you got one going on the wind, all of a sudden the course becomes incredibly tight, which is the strangest thing. So it was great to see how it was playing yesterday, and then the wind. I played in the morning today, and it felt a lot more playable, but the wind has picked up since. So the conditions in the wind are going to have a massive part to play. They really are, and actually, you know, playing a course that we never really play it like this, it's really interesting, and the preparation that goes into it has been. I've actually really enjoyed it. I've actually enjoyed seeing how it's played and how they set it up and how tough it can be.
Great stuff. So what's your prep ahead of tomorrow? Is that it for today?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, you're keeping me here.
I know. I was going to say you've been a true gent. I'm going to let you go now because we've kept you for 10 minutes too long.
No, yeah, I got out all the preparation done this morning and early this afternoon, and yeah, we just. You know, we're ready now. There's nothing else left to do. You just wait, you know, and you get ready to play tomorrow. There's nothing else you can do. You just go out and do your best for the rest of the week. But yeah, there's nothing left to do really. You're just sort of counting down time, and then off we go tomorrow. And back as soon as the tournament starts, it's over so quickly. Like every week goes so quick, but especially majors, it's over.
In a blink,
well, yeah, I mean, it's not quite 100 metres, but it still goes pretty fast for us.
Listen, we've really appreciated your time. You have been a true gentleman. Thank you for staying around and looking. This is surely inspiring you, and you do brilliant work as well, supporting the On-Course Foundation. So thanks, Tommy. We will release you. We will release you, and good luck tomorrow. Wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've had quite the inspiring afternoon actually with the On-Course Foundation and watching those guys get clapped in as they were finishing the walk, and then you know, obviously I've spent a long time. Sort of picture my name on that trophy, so hopefully sooner rather than later we can do it.
Yeah, visualise it. Visualise it.
Visualise it, yeah,
Great
visualise
stuff.
it.
Thanks, Tommy. Well, from Tommy, myself and Pete, we will see you after this short break.
To the next 150 years of open golfers, respect the game.
And it's there. Watson has this desperately difficult third shot to play.
These Lynx courses have been around long before you were born, and will be here long after you're gone. But don't get mad at the wind, the rough, or the bounces. You're in the hands of Mother Nature, after all. Play hard, but play fair. Be known for winning, or losing, in the right way. If you're lucky enough to have your name etched on the Claret Jug, look at those names before you. Realize that everything has led to this.
Well, welcome back to Live at the Range, and there it is, a lovely sunny afternoon here at St Andrews. This is the practice ground on the new course at St Andrews, with the clubhouse behind, the new course clubhouse. We're coming to the end of the practice sessions here up at the old course. They've all been out there, played their rounds of golf. There's John Rahm smashing a few balls away. He's got to be a favourite round here, Tony, wouldn't you think, John Rahm?
I would think absolutely has to be one of them, Jamie. He's playing well. He's got the right game for it. He's got that short little backswing, where nothing can really go wrong. And he's a great putter. He's got every one of the right ingredients, hasn't he, to do well around here? He really has.
First Open at St Andrews for John Rahm. This is his 6th Open. Tied 3rd last year. That was his best performance by far at Royal St George's. So what do you think? What do you think of his chances?
I think very good. He's a quick learner too. I mean, we know St Andrews how much you've got to take in and absorb. And some guys it takes years and years to get to appreciate it, to love it, to understand it. But I think John Rahm is a pretty sharp learner, and it helps when you can hit the ball to, onto a sixpence whenever you want it, because course management around here and, just thinking your way around is just huge, and he's a good thinker.
Yeah, we're waiting for him to really explode on the open scene. Won a couple of Irish Opens. Let's have a look at his numbers. Not coming up just yet. We'll get the next one.
I think the one thing he has to do, having watched him last week at the Genesis Scottish Open, he's got to try and accept the bad bounces more, because he was pretty explosive.
He was hot last week, wasn't he?
Was he hot? He was like a volcano. And I think, if you're going to do well on links courses, you have to just accept that some bad shots will get good bounces and some great shots will get lousy bounces.
Speaking from two hotheads, we know all about it, don't we? You need a bit of fire in this game, and he certainly got that. But he seemed to be noticing everything going on around him last week. It just wasn't quite settled.
No,
I'm hoping he's got that out of him.
Yeah. He does seem to notice a lot, doesn't he? He notices a butterfly hiccuping at 200 yards, and you've got to try and block that out. And he's got great focus. You don't win majors without that sort of focus. He is driven. He's got the game, but if he can just stay calm out there, as you say, Jamie, coming from two guys who were renowned for being fairly warm, it's easy to postulate. And
I can't criticise.
Be theoretical. No, we can't. We can't.
I like to see a bit of fire, but I just thought he was just getting distracted too easily last week. Come on, John, step it up on this one. I'm sure you've got more in him than 171 at ball speed. There you go, 178, that's more like it. That's going to carry a bit further. But he does like hitting that low ball flight as well, Rahm. This is superimposed onto the 17th. He liked that one all day long, 309 down the left-hand side, cutting back to the fairway on 17. It's what you do with your second shot that counts.
Yeah, one of the iconic holes, isn't it?
How far right do you go there on 17?
Oh, we were trying to work it out yesterday, Jamie. This back tee here now, it's a slightly different angle. In our day, the H-in Hotel was the perfect line every time. But these guys hit it so far now. The tee's a little further over to the right, a tiny bit, so...
He's having another go.
He's having another go, and there's the shape.
That's a perfect shape, isn't it?
Well, if you could just run down there and put four of them side by side for the 4 days, well, you'd pay anything, actually.
I think with this wind today, actually, with it coming off the left going out and on the right coming back, with John Rahm's fade, he'd love this wind to stay the direction it is right now.
Absolutely.
Love it.
And it is the prevailing wind, isn't it? It's sort of out of the west. They were talking that it might switch to the south tomorrow, which will catch a few guys out, particularly the guys who haven't played St. Andrews a lot, because all of a sudden your lines off the tees, the bunkers off the tees, bunkers that you haven't actually seen in 2 or 3 practice rounds, you don't even know they're there, and suddenly they're catching you.
Yeah, it's amazing. Only 110 bunkers, we were told that this morning. I thought there was more than that. There isn't, but when I do the on-course commentating, suddenly the hole can turn into the wind and you see a bunker, you think, never knew that was there. Never, and it happens all the time.
I thought I had been in at least 300 bunkers on this golf course, different bunkers.
Such a short backswing, even for these pitch shots, isn't it?
Oh,
he uses his body so well, Rahm.
Fantastic. And how strong do you have to be able to swing it that short and still control it, Jamie?
But look at the size of his legs. I remember I worked in the back room at Ryder Cup, and we had to get bigger trousers for him. We thought we got big enough for his thighs, but they weren't, unfortunately. He had a slight accident on the course, so there was a bit of a rip. So we had to take him out some new trousers. I remember that was quite funny. But yeah, he's a naturally strong man. Just exactly what you were saying earlier about the young South African. He's just a naturally strong man. Look how broad he is across the shoulder.
Oh, he's just massive, isn't he?
I don't think he could swing it that long, actually. Do you?
Because of the size of his chest and his... Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, maybe you're right. You might be right.
Right, now where's George got to? He's out and about in the course. What's he up to now?
I'm not sure you can hear that round of applause, but that is for our 2-time Open champion, Ernie Els. He's just signed a magazine for a young kid after striping one down the middle. It's great to have Ernie here, back again. Hello, Ernie. How are you? Great to see you again.
Good to see you, man.
How does it feel to be here at the home of golf?
Whew, it's nice. I mean, I think it's my 5th time here for an Open, so getting on in the years, but always special.
The crowd obviously seem to love you there. It must be great to have the support and come back to a championship which is so special to you.
Absolutely, the crowds have been wonderful, huge crowds. You know, we're just trying to get our heads around this golf course. You can see how fast it's getting. But yeah, to play here at the home of golf in front of the people, at my age, it's really just something special.
What are some tips you can give to maybe some of the younger golfers playing here for the first time? Because as you mentioned, it's a lot harder at the moment than usual.
Wow, I tell you, I've played here, as I said, in 5 of them, and in 2000 it was really fast when Tiger won. But this is even quicker. You know, they haven't had any rain here. It feels like they put the rollers on the fairways.
It's like a cricket pitch out here, isn't it?
Yeah, we were talking about it, you know, it's like a good Pakistani cricket pitch out here.
Bat or bowl?
Well, I don't want to be batting on this. Well, I don't want to bat on anything.
Yeah, that's right. And you had the Champions Dinner as well. How much have you enjoyed off the course here at St Andrews?
Yeah, that was another special evening last night. You know, very emotional at the end of the evening. There were some really wonderful speeches made by Jack Nicklaus, obviously, and also Gary Player. I sat close to Lee Trevino. Bill Rogers was next to me. David Duval, you know, all the great champions from the past, and told a lot of nice stories and had a nice dinner. So one of the most special evenings I've ever had in my career.
Well, you know, the question on everyone's lips is what was for dinner? What was on the menu last night?
Well, you know, you can't go wrong with steak.
Oh, nice.
You know, I think everybody had a good time with the steak, and we had some fish and a good dessert. Not too much wine. You know, we got to play golf this week, but all good.
All right, Ernie. Well, it's great to hear not only the menu, but how much you're enjoying this occasion. It's special to have you back, and maybe we can turn 2 into 3, eh?
Well, that'll be very special. Thanks a lot, bud.
All right, good to see you.
Okay.
Cheers for that.
Cheers,
I'm down by the range, and we are expecting 290 fans through the gates this week at the 150th Open Championship. Is everyone excited?
Yes!
So I did used to work on a children's show. Is everyone excited? That's the right answer. Guys, it's great to see you. Where have you travelled from?
We're from Dronfield, just outside of Sheffield.
Great. What's your name?
My name is Jeff.
Okay, Jeff. Who are you here? You're Captain 2022. Yeah. Tell us about this captaincy.
So Hallows Golf Club is in Dronfield, where Sam Bairstow is a member at. We've obviously all come up to support Sam this week, who's qualified for the 2nd year running for the Open.
Absolutely fantastic. Have you spoken to him?
We've been chatting to him obviously through the season, the last couple of weeks or so. He's looking in good form, so we're fingers crossed he can make the cut.
Excellent stuff. Are you all having a good time here at the Open? Is it good fun?
It's brilliant, yeah, it's great. How can you not enjoy this?
No, it's fantastic. You were just by the range here, and have you seen what kind of swings have you seen that have inspired you?
Well, Sam Bairstow's obviously, and then I've just been watching John Rahm now and a few of the others. Tiger, obviously, it's great to see those sort of greats playing. Yeah. But lovely to see one of our own out there as well.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Thanks, guys. Listen, we wish Sam the best of luck, and you'll be supporting him tomorrow. What time's his tee time, do you know?
11:46, I think it is, yeah.
Great stuff. You'll be out there, and you'll get a very early night, I'm sure, won't you?
Of course. Or an early morning.
You'll all be in bed, yes. You'll all be in bed by 9:30. Look, I'm seeing these cheeky faces thinking that's not the right answer. Thanks, guys. Take care. Coming over. Hello, hi. You're a golf fan. Who are you here to watch?
Oh, just everybody. We're just here for the day. So saw Ram just on the practice green. So really impressed.
Where are you from?
Leeds.
Excellent. Yeah. Travelled up. Hello, sir. What about yourself? Who are you supporting this week? Who do you think's going to win?
I'm supporting Rory.
Yeah.
John Rahm, and a Scotsman, Bob McIntyre.
Great. So yeah, Bob's playing some great golf. What makes this place so special, and how great are all these fans behind you? They're your new best mates.
Oh, it's the history, isn't it? I mean, playing into the town. I mean, playing up the 18th, playing down the 1st. It's unique, isn't it?
You literally, it doesn't get any better than this. Hello, so you look like you want to talk to me. Who are you supporting this week? Who's going to win the 150th Open Championship?
Rory.
Thank you. Good shout. Moving down here, there's a gentleman with a flag. Hello. Who are you supporting?
South Africa.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Who in particular?
Oh, Louis Oosthuizen and Ernie Els. It'd be great to see Ernie lift a third. But we were looking at the young amateur over there, Ulrich Porketa. So it'd be nice to see him maybe win the 17. Hopefully he wins the silver medal. So yeah, be good.
Great. So have you all come over from South Africa, or do you live?
We live in London. Yeah.
You've travelled up.
Yes.
Yeah. How did you get here?
Flew, and they drove.
We drove. Yeah.
You drove. Took quite a few hours.
Yeah, it took us about.
Is it worth it arriving here in the sunshine?
Absolutely. Home of golf. Beautiful.
The weather's a bit all over the place, but yeah.
Great stuff. Listen, guys, enjoy. And Ernie Els, Louis Oosthuizen, who will it be? Maybe a South African. I'm going to go down here. And guys, can you give me a big cheer? How much are you enjoying the Open Championship? There's your answer.
There's a lot of the rough as we've let to grow for the last 2 or 3 years. With the weather conditions that we've got at the moment, which is warm, sunny, so the golf course is running hard and fast, so it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, for the players to try and sort of get a bit of distance control, particularly off the tee.
There's a lot of blind shots because you have bushes in the way. And all the dunes where you can't see. That's one of the tricks, right? Just knowing where you can go, where the bunkers are, or what lines to take, and when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive.
You need to create the picture. You're hitting into the abyss, it feels like at times, and there's like maybe one little point in the distance up on the hill.
It's nice to have some of these stands and some of the towers out, especially on the front nine, or some of those blind shots are tricky to know exactly where to hit it. So just getting a lot of sight lines and making sure we can put the ball in play where we need to be.
You still have to picture your shape. You know, so often we get onto a hole that has trees and bunkers, and you know it frames the shape of the hole for you. But I feel like you've got to do a really good job with your visualization at St Andrews.
Back to live at the range at St Andrews, the home of golf, 150th Open. Can't wait. And we can't wait to watch this man. He was on the range earlier today, clipping a few away. Isn't it great to have him here, Tony, first and foremost?
Oh, Jamie, it's just wonderful, isn't it? You know, I always expected to be watching Tiger playing competitive golf into his 50s, but, you know, sadly with the back injuries, then the accident. But, you know, there is only one man in majors that I will sit up UK time and watch till 3 or 4 in the morning when he's played over the years in any tournament, and it's him. Yeah.
That's quite a feat to keep you out of your pit, I must be honest. The way you can sleep. So it's got to be pretty special, and this man is special.
He is special, isn't he? I mean, I only ever played with him once, you know. I played with him in the World Cup in Argentina. It was Tiger and David Duval and Mark McNulty, and I played with him. And with the two of them, and it was astonishing. It honestly, you know, we both played with Sevi, and he did some magical things, you know, all the time. But Tiger hit some shots that I knew I could stand there and practice for years, and I couldn't hit those shots. It was just unbelievable, and I thought, well, this guy's just so much better than anything else I've ever seen.
You can just sniff out greatness, can't you? When he first came over and played 95, 96 as an amateur, played the Scottish Opens, he played the Open Championship here in 95, made the cut as an amateur. You just had an aura about him. You just knew you were witnessing something special, the birth of a great champion, and his career has just been absolutely out of this world, and it's just so great to see him here on the range, hitting balls.
And he looks like he's moving quite well, Jamie. You know, I saw a photo of him in shorts the other day, and you know, when he played at Augusta, you know, you could see his right leg. It doesn't look quite right, but when I saw it in him in shorts, and saw the damage that had actually been done to the right leg, you look at him and you think, how the heck are you out here playing and making cuts in major championships with that sort of injury? You know, there's only one person, I think, that since Ben Hogan had his major accident and came back, this guy is just, he's from another planet.
It's a miracle, isn't it? 4 back surgeries he had, come back, won the Masters. I never thought he could come back after having, I mean, imagine that. Come back doing that, and here he is. he was desperate to play here at St Andrews, his favourite course. As he said earlier in his press conference, somebody said, "This is one of your favourite courses." He said, "No, this is my favourite course."
Fantastic, isn't it? And you know, he's a man who loves the history of the game, the heritage of the game, and he's always wanted to leave a legacy. I mean, has he ever left a legacy? I mean, it's just, you know, he's what every single golfer, pro, amateur, every golfer that has ever lived wanted to be what Tiger is. I mean, he's just, you know, people say, "Oh, you always gush about Tiger." Well, you've got to have been around him and played with him, don't you, really, to just appreciate how unbelievably good he is. He just, you know, you and I played the game for a living for 30, 35 years, Jamie. And we stand there and watch him hit, and you just go, "Oh my nerves, how does he do it?"
Quite a three-ball. He's going to be in tomorrow at 2:59 in the afternoon. Tiger Woods, Matthew Fitzpatrick, US Open champion, and Max Homa. So that'll be a bit of fun to watch that. What intrigues me is I wonder what he expects of himself this week. He's the ultimate competitor.
Tiger? Tiger expects to go out and win. You know what, if he didn't think that he couldn't be competitive, he'd be sitting on his lounger at home watching the golf this week. You know, he's the ultimate competitor, as you say. And the good thing about it is St Andrews is a flat walk, because there's no doubt that leg is, you know, it's not right. It's never going to be right. But it's a flattish area to walk around. And, I mean, you know, you watch the swing, and there's the little wind shot, the little stinger. He can hit every single shot. He's one of the greatest thinkers that ever lived. And the nice thing about it, that through all the injuries and things, his short game never left him. He still putts like an absolute genius. And around here, you better be a good putter, because if the wind blows, no matter how well you play, you are going to, you know, you can play fantastically all day and never get within 30 foot of a hole. And he can hold those.
Yeah, last time he won here, didn't go in a single bunker. 72 holes. How about that? That's some doing round here.
I can't quite get my head around that, can you?
No, you can't, because they're everywhere.
Single bunker,
They're everywhere. He hits that 2-iron off the tee so well. That was his weapon. And putting. Every part of me. We voted you the greatest bunker player of all time when we did a little poll at Sky Sports.
Very kind.
I know. But it was very difficult to pick A players you can appreciate in each category.
Sure.
Where would Tiger rank in the all-time bunker players, let's say? How do you rate his bunker play? Because his chipping, his pitching was fantastic.
He'd certainly be behind me. I couldn't resist.
Well, we couldn't vote him for every category, so we decided we only had one player per category.
No, I would say, I mean, he's one of the very best, isn't he? He is one of the very best, and he can play every shot from the sand, which, you know, most of the great bunker players can do. They don't just, you know, duff it out and hope it runs up close.
Well, Ernie is a great bunker player.
Absolutely, Ernie, Azinger, Gary Player. You know, there's been a lot of very good bunker players. But the thing is with Tiger, it's not just the bunker play. He might be the best putter that ever lived. He's one of the best chippers that ever lived. He's got one of the best minds that there's ever been.
But we can only pick him for one category. And
if
you were very lucky that it got down to you.
Well, no, not really, because you played a lot with me, Jamie. You know what I wish? I wish that you could have ranked me as one of the greatest putters ever. That would have pleased
that would
me.
never have
and
happened.
That was never going to happen.
No, that wouldn't have happened. No.
But, yeah, no, if I had to pick one category for him, I'd say greatest putter.
But during his prime, the thing was, you watch the Golf from America every Sunday over here, and the putts he holds. We know there's certain putts there for pars, whatever they might be, crucial times to keep in the tournament, keep one behind two. He had to hold a putt to keep in contact with the leader or whatever it was, to put the pressure on and bang, in it went, right in the middle.
Well, he produced so many miracles at the right time. We played, McNulty and I played just in front of Tiger and Duval at the World Cup in Japan. And it was better ball. We'd missed the green right, flag was right, and I had to chip, and I hit what I thought was just a miraculous chip. I mean, as good a chip as I could possibly hit. And I had a good short game. I was a good chipper, and I got it about 12 or 15 feet past the flag, and I thought, well, that was exceptional. So we're sitting up on the balcony, you know, half an hour later or something, and they come up the last. And was it David Duval? No.
I don't know, you were there.
Oh, well, I should remember. Anyway, his playing partner, let's put it that way, has missed the green right. And he's within 3 feet of where I was. And I thought, well, you know, they have to make eagle to tie. Well, it's game over. They're done. It's, you know, I mean, I played the shot of a wizard.
I remember that now.
A wizard. I mean, I thought I'd just played a wizard. And there's no way. I mean, he hit the shot. It came up. It landed as if you dropped a petal on a calm day. Landed just on the green and trickled down and just died at perfect weight into the middle of the hole. I nearly had a coronary because it wasn't possible.
Yeah,
and
I saw that shot on TV, yeah amazing
and
shot.
off they went and did the job. I mean,
it's interesting watching these shots here. I'm just watching his leg action. He seems to have, you'd think he'd be a little bit more static and a little bit more careful in the lower body, especially in the legs here, but not so much. He's getting off his right side pretty well there. Look at that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
He's finishing his swing. He's got that chest turn through to the target.
Well, I think
he's playing within himself as well. It could be a good thing.
Could be a good thing, but he's still in the rehab, isn't he? You know, it's still getting better day by day. You know, he says it could get a bit better, but probably not much better. But
he's either watching a funny video or he's very impressed with his ball carrier.
But you know, when he had his first back surgeries, and when he won the US Open at Pebble Beach, and he played with Robert Carlson, who said that you could hear his knee grinding, literally grinding on every shot. Went off and had the knee surgery, then the back surgery, and then major back surgeries. And we thought, well, you know, I honestly thought Tiger would never come back. And he might never come back, but he certainly wouldn't come back and compete. He comes back, he wins a tournament, and you thought, well, you know, that's the epitome of a comeback. Then he wins the Masters. So we should know never, ever write Tiger Woods off, because he's not your normal human being.
No, he's the modern day golfing Superman. There's no doubt about that. Wonder how he's going to fare this week. Can't wait to find out. Tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock.
Well, you asked me, how do you fancy his chances, Jamie?
I'm just fascinated to watch. I just can't. Having not played or any golf really, but I said that he couldn't win another. When he had his first layout of golf, I didn't think he was going to come back and win a major. So he proved me wrong there. So I'm never going to predict what he can do.
No,
it's foolish.
You'd be daft to do it, you know.
But he's a competitor, and he's here because he, in the back of his mind, he thinks if it all goes well for me, I've got a chance. No doubt about it, because he's not going to be frightened.
Not at all. And you know, I think if at any point in time he'd thought, I can't compete at St Andrews,
I tell you what, he's got him on frozen rope there.
Yeah, I don't think he would have pitched up. I mean, look at that. I mean,
into off the left, great control there from Woods, and he's the man they all want to see.
It's just special, isn't it? It really is just special. We are so lucky in our era to have seen
As soon as I say that one, he flails one right.
But you know what, it's probably about 8 feet right. And he'd go and chip it in anyway.
That's true.
But you know, to have seen Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods in our lifetimes and watched them at their best, man, what an honour it's been.
Yeah, it was just great to have the Champions Challenge here on Monday. Lee Trevino, he's somebody I'd love to have played with as well. All the greats, and Nicklaus my ultimate hero. But this man, he sits alongside them, if not, in many people's opinion, above them. And he just dominated. The thing is, he just dominated golf for 10 years, 12 years there, from 97.
Yeah, you know, Jack Nicklaus has got the most majors under his belt. So, you know, if you want to go try and discuss the greatest of all time, an overall record over a career, you'd have to say, okay, Jack, you know, he competed for the longest and he won the most majors. But over a short period of time, over those 10 or 12 years, he was the best that's ever lived, Tiger Woods. There's no question. You know, he decimated fields, didn't he? He was winning majors by, I mean, he won a major by 13 shots, Jamie. I mean, against the best in the world, and they weren't a bunch of mugs. There were serious players there. He was in a different league.
I think from that period through 97 when he burst on the scene, he went out in the 97 Masters, shot 40 on the front nine, came back in 32, and from then on it was a procession.
A procession.
And he won his US Open at Torrey Pines 2008. Broke Rocco Mediate's heart.
Yep.
But he did it with a broken leg.
Sorry, I said Pebble Beach. I was wrong.
No, I didn't want to correct you, but
well,
I knew you'd come to it.
I'm surprised you
didn't.
come to it. I'm surprised you didn't.
But that was his period. That was his golden period there.
Yeah.
He's just unbeatable. I think when he come back from that, the world of golf maybe has changed. I think people are caught up maybe with the physical aspects of Tiger. People are working harder in their games.
There's so much history in the Claret Jug that it's so much more enjoyable when you're able to put your hands on it. Bringing the Claret Jug home and waking up knowing that this is what you have just accomplished, it just makes you work harder. While I had it, it was some of the best memories, the best times with friends, sharing it and showing everyone. Playing the final round in the final group was a lot of pressure. There was nothing like that 18th hole walk. I don't think I've ever felt that emotion, felt that overall joy walking down 18, seeing the stands, seeing the crowd. It was almost like time was frozen in that moment. Once your name is etched on the Claret Jug, you can never take it away. It's been the best year of a defending champion you could ask for. Hopefully I'll see this again on Sunday. Everything that golf represents is all going to be here this week at the Open Championship. This is where golf started. We're going to see a different style of golf, not what we're used to in the US. So it's going to be my job to really figure out and learn as much as I can in the few days I'm going to have coming up.
Yeah, here on the range again with Pete, and we're going to sort of simulate going down the 18th here at the old course at St Andrews, and imagine that it's Sunday and you're aiming to become champion golfer of the year. So what's the game plan, Pete?
Well, if that was the case, I'd be in a 7-iron die.
Okay.
I'd just be in it down there. No,
Yeah.
no, of course not. You got to. I think with that hole, especially with the wind, if it stays like this, it's kind of down off the right.
Yeah.
You got to put almost the situation aside. It's a birdie opportunity,
Yeah.
and you can get there. I've seen the guys hitting 3 woods on there, so.
Yeah, how long is it?
3.52.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's we've seen in practice Rory, we've seen Tiger drive the green and putt for eagle. So yeah, show us exactly what you're going to be up to. Do you want me to hold your mic? That would be helpful.
Right. I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll do
okay.
one-handed die.
Off you go.
Not the
You're very
shot,
talented.
obviously.
Yep.
I won't be doing that one-handed. Got a full grandstand. By the way, I just want to say how crazy this is. Like Scottish Scheffler world #1, Tiger Woods on the range, and me. Hello. At the end. So driving distance. I mean, really simple. Get the ball position. You want that front of the stance. Feet together to begin with. Fan your left foot out so you can turn your left hip. Take a big step with the right foot. Allow your right shoulder to drop so you've got a bit of a spine angle. And then all we want to be doing, turning the shoulders to the target, turning the body towards the target. Golf's easy, really. I don't know why the people make it so complicated.
Well, it's that's only you saying it. It is incredibly complicated. Let's see you drive it. I'll hold your microphone. See how you go on 18 at the old course. That looked great, Pete. We're having a look at it now. Yeah, there we go. Ball speed 173. Happy with that?
Oh,
258.
It was a little bit necky, to be honest with you, but we can get total 277.
You can do better than that, Pete.
That is not. No, I'm not having that.
Are you not going with that?
I'm not having that.
There's something wrong with the technology.
You give me a broken driver.
It will blame the driver. 277. So, do you want to have another go?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's have another go. Set yourself up, Pete. Not a bad position to end up in, though. Chip on, birdie putt.
In reality, I'd be delighted with that.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you would be as well. Fairway's over 100 yards wide. That might be in the clubhouse.
That might be in the clubhouse, that one, I think.
Let's have a look.
I mean, that is the safe line to take. So.
Should be okay.
Oh, it's on the first tee. Yeah, so the safe line to take off the 18th is basically the clock on the clubhouse.
Yeah.
So from here, you're chipping across the Valley of Sin,
but it's away from the out of bounds marker.
Yes,
That's absolutely key. So that's not a bad place to be.
No, not at all. You don't want to go right on the 18th, do you? But the nerves that the players will experience on 18 is... Oh, you take that one then.
Take this one, take this one.
Do you want to do one more? We're going to go one more time, yeah.
Okay.
See if you can...
They've got some...
We'd quite like you to drive the green, you see, Pete. That's why you're here. Third time lucky. I've got faith. You need some wind assist. We're blaming the driver, aren't we? Two decent drives there, though, Pete. Let's see what this third one does. The wind's taking that one. Let's have a look at that one. There we go. Have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. I can see it now. 287 total.
I mean, listen, that's three fairways in regulation.
I think that's a pretty good effort when you're under pressure live on TV.
I didn't top one.
Not at
on
all.
the range.
No, I think the pros going down 18 on Sunday, many of them would take that.
I would take those 3 drives all day of the week, but I can pretend to be disappointed.
Yeah. Listen, I think it was fantastic. We're going to go down the range and see who we can catch and see who's playing with their drivers. And Pete, maybe we can pick up some top tips. I'm joking. You were brilliant. From us, we'll go back to the box.
You always have to battle the nerves on the first hole, any major championship. It's a fairway you can't really miss. You shouldn't miss it. So it puts a little bit more on you. But I mean, it's such a special place just teeing off there. So I think you're excited and nervous at the same time.
I think in the front 9, you get something like the first, which looks like a very simple hole, big large fairway, 132 yards wide. Just a burn running across it, but because the course is running so hard and fast, that could become a challenge.
Yeah, if the pin's at the front, you want to leave yourself far enough in that you can get some spin and give yourself an opportunity to get it close, particularly if it firms up. And if it's at the back, I mean, it doesn't really matter where you hit it as long as you're on the fairway somewhere and give yourself a good angle.
Amazing rally. A couple of yards further left of that bunker, and that's the one that caught Bobby Jones all those years ago where he ripped up his scorecard.
Number 11's a great hole. Yeah, one pop bunker that sits there right in the front, ready to gobble up any golf ball that's just a little bit short. Long's dead. For me, that's a great test of an iron shot, just in terms of distance control.
It's guarded on the left-hand side by Hill bunker and guarded on the right-hand side by Strath bunker, so the premium is to hit that green, which is a high green. So with conditions being firm, it'll be getting that ball controlled on that surface before it rolls off the back.
11's one of the shallower greens. Obviously there's a couple of places where you really can't hit it. The bunker at the front, and if the pin's at the back, over the back's no good. So you'll see guys taking a pretty conservative line there and just trying to avoid the big number on 11.
It's quite a tough sort of front 9, but the back 9 is even tougher. And the big thing I think about the back 9, I would say that the last sort of 4 or 5 holes are challenging holes coming in, and particularly if that wind is blowing in the normal prevailing sort of wind, which is a westerly, can give a lot of problems to the players.
Not even close.
Obviously you've got 17, which is the most iconic probably golf hole in the world, has its own challenge, railway shed, etc. Road bunker.
It's about as intense as it can get all the way throughout. It's a tight tee shot, it's a difficult fairway to hit, even when it's downwind. A lot of times, because you don't want to be out of bounds, you're just gonna blow it left. Now you're in thick rough to a very difficult green, to where even if you lay up, it's not the easiest up and down. And obviously, with the famous road hole bunker being right in there, it's a challenge. Even if you hit the fairway, if it's into the green, you have a long iron into a very small green where you can hit a good shot and go long and be looking at a 5. If you miss left, you're at least looking at a 5. So it's definitely something that if you haven't been there in person to play, you can't admire how difficult it really is.
16, 17, 18. 16's obviously asking for trouble with it out of bounds down the right. 17, same deal with the hotel there. It's just a demanding tee shot and second shot. And 18, it just gives you that chance to maybe nick a birdie at the last.
Once you get to that area on 18 and you have the street and the buildings from the right and around the green and the hotels and the atmosphere, it's hard to beat. It's the hole where you can kind of relax, look around and take it in, because The tee shot is not very challenging. You can pretty much do whatever you want off the tee, just put it in grass. And that's where, you know, you go and you get to the bridge, you take your picture on the bridge, you're looking at what's going on, you know, you can acknowledge what great players have gone through that spot, you know, the retirement moments, the champions, and kind of hope and dream that you are the one crossing down on Sunday afternoon with a healthy cushion trying to win the Open. And looking around it is very, very unique. No matter when you go, you can feel it's something a little bit different.
Well, welcome back to Live on the Range. That's how you play the golf course. And this is, look at all these fireworks going off here. These are all the balls hit today. Longest carry, Bryson DeChambeau. There's no surprise there, Tony.
No, there isn't. I mean, you know, we know how he pumped his body up, and he's personally, I think he overdid it. I think it's caused a lot of problems health-wise, but yeah, no surprise. Adriano's 319, Rory. You think he can't get it out there? A lot of people's favourite this week. All the rippers there, Jamie. All the rippers.
Yeah, and it's funny, McIlroy's not up the top end, really, of the distances in terms of swing speeds and things like that, but he certainly gets it out there. He plays within himself quite a bit, Rory McIlroy. It's turning into a beautiful evening up here in St Andrews, home of golf, 150th Open Championship.
We don't want that wind to die down too much for this championship, do we, Jamie?
No, we do not.
St Andrews needs the defence of the wind. It's firm and it's fast, which is exactly what was required.
That's Marco Penge. You probably don't know much about Marco, do you? I do, because he's from Sussex, where I'm from.
No, I don't know an enormous amount. You know, seen his name in the draw and try to find a little bit on every player, but
yeah.
No, I can't help you.
Well, he's a child prodigy. Played a lot of golf in Sussex. He now lives in Blackburn in Clitheroe with his girlfriend, who's up here with him this week. And I've been waiting for him to come onto the scene. This is his first Open Championship. I was talking to him yesterday. He's very excited. He was the man, the youngster. Everyone was expecting him. He was doing great things in junior golf back home, Marco Penge. Once he asked me for my autograph. He remembers that we talked about it yesterday. I gave him some balls and I sent him a glove and this, that and the other. But yeah, he was always going to be a golfer. And here he is in the Open Championship at St Andrews. Qualified at Hollingwell. Never easy going through the qualifying, is it?
No, it's extremely difficult. And his greatest strengths, Jamie, what would you say? He's got a pretty darn good action.
Yeah, whole thing really. Got the whole package. Ball striking. Always been a terrific ball striker. All the stories, I've never played with him, but all the people I know played county golf and around the scene, the amateur circuit, tell me how, you know, how long he was, how well he struck the ball. He's got that wiry frame. He's got those long levers.
And the bit that differentiates the money makers and the winners, the short game.
Yeah, that is a skill that you can never stop learning.
No, you're right.
So you can come out, you think you're really good as a round the greens, but it's only when you come out and play championship golf, professional golf, you realise they tuck the flags away, there's more rough, the greens are running quicker. It really tests your short game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
And your bunker play. But he'll learn that.
Well, we had good short games, but you know, we came out and thought, yeah, you know, I'm pretty good around the greens, and then you played with Sevi and thought, my goodness, I'm an absolute chopper. I've got an awful lot to learn.
Yeah, he's hitting a long iron there. Ball speed 160, that's up there. 232 carry with an iron. It's a driving iron, but even so.
Yeah, I think there'd be an awful lot of driving. I think hybrids and things we pulled out the bag this week. Driving irons, 2 irons, the equivalent of the old 1 irons. You've got to have one of those in your bag, haven't you, this week?
Yeah, a lot of guys dropping out their fairway metals. Rory's done the same. He's put in a 2 iron and a 3 iron this week. Just got a drive and a 3-wood. All the players, it just makes sense to have you need a 2 iron in the bag. Marco Penge is teeing off tomorrow at 11:04. He's playing with Richard Mansell and Thomas Dietrich. That's a nice draw because Richard Mansell, both long hitting 3-ball. That.
Yeah, that really is. And you know, you've got 2 nice guys to play with, haven't you? You know, great demeanour, great attitude on the course, pretty calm, which rubs off.
Yeah, it certainly does. He's looking good though. Marco Penge. Follow that name.
I used to love playing with you because I knew the calmness would rub off.
It could be a relatively easy hole or a hard hole, but you never know what's going to happen. You know, guys can make a birdie if they hit a good shot, but they can also, you know, make a double bogey. I think there's just so much to Lynx golf, and clearly it's stood the test of time, and we keep coming back, and we're still grinding to try to shoot around even par. I think it's just an amazing event, and I look forward to hopefully play a bunch of them in the future. As the only major that we have in Europe, I think it's and being the oldest one, it's for sure the most special, I think, just in terms of the history. And then obviously at St. Andrews, you can't really top that at all. So it's cool just to be a part of it.
Live at the range at the home of golf. It's been a lovely day here for practicing. And George Harper Jr., I wonder who he's found out there on the course.
Marcus Armitage, you've just finished another practice round at the Open Championship. How special is it for you to be here after qualifying reasonably late in the piece?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dream to play the Open at St. Andrews, and the 150th, it's going to be special. And you know, when I qualified, I was over the moon to sink that putt and get in.
Yeah, at St Anne's Old Lynx, it was not long ago. That must have been such a great moment for you in your career to know you were playing here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's amazing. All the best in the world are here. You know, Tiger's here, the guy who you know, is the reason that I'm playing golf. And yeah, it's just pretty cool to be here and soaking it all up. And can't wait to get going tomorrow.
You mentioned soaking it all up. How has the atmosphere been, both here and in the township? There's an amazing buzz here, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to go through the town, see all the kids, you know, asking for signatures and, you know, photos in the town. And, you know, it's a real golfing community, St Andrews, and it's just, you know, the excitement and the buzz, you can feel it everywhere you go.
As we go over the archway, there's kids everywhere, some great quality golfers, and obviously this view right here.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much better than that, does it, Bullet?
No, it's legendary, and it's going to be even more legendary when I walk the fairways tomorrow. So, yeah, looking forward to it, and we're going to have a lot of fun.
How much fun would the Bullet have if you ended up winning the Claret Jug on Sunday?
Oh yeah, I mean there'd definitely be a Diet Coke going in it, and there won't be no alcohol because I don't drink. But yeah, we'd have some fun. I think I'd earn myself a few cakes if I won the Claret Jug.
Your journey to get here is a great one. I remember talking a couple of years ago on the European Tour and the ups and downs of professional golf. Do you ever look back and go, it was worth all the hard work to be in such an amazing setting like this?
Yeah, I mean, I had a beautiful moment with my dad down on this 16th green the other day. You know, we looked back at the town, and you know, everyone who knows me knows I lost my mum. You know, a bit ago, my dad lost his wife as well. So, you know, we stood there and we looked over and said, wherever she is in the world, she'll be proud of where I am, and she'll be proud of my dad for supporting me all this time. And that was a real special moment that will never leave me. And yeah, I'm just thankful that I got the chance and to do that with him. And yeah, let's see what we can do for him.
All right, Bullet, beautifully said, mate. It's been a pleasure to chat with you today, and good luck for this week.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Well done.
Well, from one Englishman to another, I'm here with Marco Penge, who qualified a couple of weeks ago. Marco, what a whirlwind to play in your first Open Championship here at the Old Course.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I mean, obviously, to play my first Open Championship at the home of golf is just beyond a dream come true, really. And yeah, I'm having a great time and looking forward to getting going tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
And what have you been doing? I mean, you are one of the last golfers on the range now. Is this just final preparations? Are we settling nerves? What's the thought process now?
I mean, I've tried settling the nerves already this week. You know, playing with some great players like Tyrrell Hatton and Shane Lowry yesterday, and I managed to get out with Bryce and Justin this morning. So yeah, right now really just did 20 minutes on each area of my game, just kind of fine-tuning everything, and hopefully it's there in the morning, but we'll soon find out.
Yeah, absolutely. How are you feeling right now? How are the nerves, or how do you feel the nerves will be tomorrow? I mean, you've come through qualifying, which is a big deal.
Yeah, well, before the week I thought I was going to be really, really nervous, and I thought, you know, the best thing to settle them nerves is to play with, you know, the top guys in the world, and hopefully by the time I get to Thursday on the first tee I won't be feeling too bad. And yeah, I was nervous yesterday starting out for the first 2 hours, but you know, Shane Lowry and Tyrrell are great guys, and they really, you know, really settled my nerves. And I mean, today I thought I was going to be nervous playing with Bryson and Justin, but no, you know, the guys are great, and they've really just welcomed me here and there to help.
It's amazing, isn't it? There's so many different storylines unfolding here.
It is. And what's the game plan as you head out tomorrow? Because obviously you smashed the ball so far. I mean, is this a case of trying to overpower the course, or be more strategic? What's the thought process going into tomorrow?
I'm really just going to stand on most tees and just smash driver, really. The rough is not as thick as I thought it was going to be, and you know, just got to avoid the bunkers. And I think, you know, if you hit it far, you can, you know, fly the covers of the bunkers and you know, take it in the kind of semi-rough, and 80 yards from the green is fine. So obviously I'll be as strategic as I can, especially going into the greens, but yeah, I'm just going to smash driver. And
strategically smashing the driver is a strategy.
Love that. That's really made me smile. What time do you tee off tomorrow?
11 o'clock with Thomas Teacher and a friend of mine, Richard Mansell. So yeah, no, I can't wait.
Great stuff. Yeah, family, friends here?
Yeah, family, you know, fiance, coach, few mates. Yeah, you know, my mum and dad are coming up tomorrow morning, and it's just great to experience moments like this with them. And you know, I just couldn't be more appreciated to the RNA for giving us guys a chance to qualify. So yeah, no, thank you to everyone involved.
I think it's such an amazing. There's so many different amazing stories that the Open Championship provides qualification for anybody to enter. I mean, we've got just on your left shoulder, we've got Rob Dinwiddie, who qualified at the Fairmont up here a couple of weeks ago, and you know, he's not really played much golf over the last couple of years during COVID, and he's here at the Open Championship. So it's just open to anybody, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's awesome. You know, it'd be nice, you know, if there could be an opportunity like that for every major. Obviously, I understand there's, you know, some rules and things like that, but you know, anyone can qualify for this, and that's the amazing thing about it. You know, all the guys that have qualified, I'm sure it's a dream come true for them if they haven't played in a major before, especially the Open at the home of golf is just, I mean, I don't think it could sound any better, really.
No, it's great. I mean, Pete's going to have fish and chips tonight. He's not preparing for an Open Championship. What are you going to eat tonight?
Oh, I don't know yet. I'll have to talk to my physio and see what he thinks best. But no,
it's all down to the physio, what the physio says. Where is the physio?
He's just in the background.
He's at the fish and chip van over there.
What's his name? What's his name?
Michael Murray.
Come on, Michael, come over. Apparently you're in
fish and chip.
You're in charge.
You know I'm not.
You're in charge of what he eats tonight. What's he going to have?
I think we're going to have some pesto pasta, I think, with some nice protein in there, I think, yeah.
Oh, you've got to throw some protein in.
Yeah, we've got
to
have that for his recovery, yeah. After a bit of a hands-on session, I think.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, great. So you're going to have a half an hour
recovery
or so?
Session, yeah.
Okay, what does that involve?
Hands-on manipulation. We did obviously a pre-round session as well, didn't we? Yeah. So, yeah, good.
Yeah,
prep's done.
Keep you feeling good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks. Listen, if there's any pesto pasta left, I'm actually very hungry. So it's brilliant stuff. Marco's house. Awesome, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Back to comms. Thank you.
Say some pesto pasta for me, please. Simon, how about you?
I think more the protein. I probably hit that more. I'm out of bulking season now. It's all about toning.
It's holiday season soon. Late in the day, on this Wednesday, at the old course, just a few hours left, everyone, until we start officially this 150th Open. And this man, Simon, a lot of people's favourite player anyway, but Tony Finau, without a major victory yet, but a good record in Scotland.
I think that's right. Quite a good hands player, kind of plays lots of different flights. Quite steep. I think that's one of the things that's probably a disadvantage. He's a really kind of the mistake shots are all like almost too much angle into the ball, too much driving hands. Hands almost goes past the ball, and that might not be so good on this really, really hard turf. The ball just sitting on the ground. I was out there early on the golf course, and I mean, it is so fiery out there. I don't know
so
how much.
dry, isn't it?
I just don't know how much power is going to help you.
That was going to be my question. Is his power negated this week?
I think it. I mean, unless there are some lines or some tees that, you know, sort of take out, like Tony Finau could probably take out almost all the bunkers. But in just watching how fast it is out there, where does the ball stop? You know, if you hit it 320 over a bunker, like on, I don't know, 7 or something, wherever, you know, where is that ball going to stop? I have no idea. So it just seems like it's fiddly. I think that the smart Lynx players are going to just take... I don't think there's much of a plan. I think it's so fast. Like, if you say, okay, I'm going to hit an 8-iron and I'm going to try to stop going 190 yards into that bunker, it's not working. The guys can't control the run out. So I think you've got to just be... You've got to be patient. You've got to look at the pins. I think par is not going to be a bad score. I think...
Really?
I think 69 is... 69. If you 4 69s... I think you're in with a shout in that.
Average winning score the last 4 opens here have been 16 under. So you're thinking 12 under?
I am thinking. I'm thinking that. I am thinking that. And I just think the course is fast and very, very, very bouncy. It's just a runway. The balls are skidding. Like I was out there, so I can't remember who it was. Hit a 6-iron and the ball bounced on the green higher than me. And I'm a very tall.
You are extremely
5'10". No, but some people are not very tall 5'10s. I'm a very, very tall 5'10". So, watch Tony just going through there. He's got his caddy just taking a video, checking it out. Obviously, he was working on something with the sort of maybe a steepening and a shallowing that he was doing. Kind of look, he's dropping the club back under him, so maybe just he feels like the left to right wind kind of maybe changed his path or his hand action or something.
With the conditions how they are now, how much more creative do you need to be in these conditions as to like something in October when they play the Dunhill Lynx here?
I think it's how you play golf. So let's suppose, I think a guy who's on the tour in America and his caddy work to a set of numbers, right? Here is my carry numbers, and they're amazingly good at that, and they hit the ball high, like much higher than that apex of 75 feet there. That's a low flight, so 90, 100 feet, maybe even more. And they go, my 8-iron lands here, and then the ball's going to run out like that. Well, that is, all of that skill is negated because you could land the ball, and it could run out 25 to 30 feet on the green and even more off an amazing shot. And then I think we've got a westerly wind, and then you're going to have on the first 7 holes, you're going to have all of the left pins, which are going to be making it very difficult to get your ball in. So I almost think that the greatest skill this week will be how good's your 60-foot putting, your 50-foot putting in the wind on the slower greens. So interesting to see. Okay, so there you go. Well, Tony Finau, he's been over here before. He's got some experience of this, Josh.
Yeah. Debut in Carnoustie 2016. He came 18th as well. And the other top 10 was in 2019. But maybe not, I'm trying to think of the conditions in past opens. I can't remember conditions quite as dry as this.
The one I was at, I think it was Hoylake, and that was very, very firm. So it can be like this. I mean, obviously we see this more on the Dunhill Lynx, which is obviously a much different time of the year. So let's check out Tony Finau, see what he's doing there.
Put GC quad there as well.
Yeah.
Nearly every single player's got them this week.
I think that the data is just to check on your ball speed. You know, one of the things the American guys have been talking about, and Rory was talking about it today, is just like the ball sits on the ground every single shot. Even the greatest ones were a groove low. So let's suppose it's groove 4. Oh, look at that grip there. Long left thumb.
His hands are down by his knees.
He's got a proper wingspan on him, hasn't he? He's a very tall guy.
He's getting a lot of Twitter notifications, I reckon. That's why he's on his phone.
You think so? I think this is all hard work. Here we go. So, yeah, the Tony Finau swing is, well, it's kind of an abbreviated arm swing. You know, what's amazing is just how much speed he creates from such a short arm swing, and that's done on purpose. He did have a full massive swing. Him and his brother Gipper hit absolutely miles and miles and miles, but he couldn't control that, so gone for a shorter backswing, kind of quite early wrist set, kind of gets that left arm and the shaft in a 90 early. That long left thumb. Looks quite weak, that grip from here, but if you watch it, so kind of off a narrow stance, almost like, you know, not too much weight shift there, is there? Just fast hands and arms.
His swing, Simon, with it being so short, is it something amateurs and people watching can use and not copy exactly, because obviously you can copy professional swings, but is that something they can use if they're struggling with their longer swing?
I think what happens is, you know, amateur golfers, you know, there's some structural stuff that needs to be embedded in there, so you kind of got like some foundations, but I think we all are trying to hit the ball way too hard, because what we see is everybody hitting the ball massively hard, but Tony Finau hits it hard, but he's in balance. You know, if we watch, so just getting some of the dust out of the monitor there. Here we go. So now maybe calling out some numbers, caddy calling out a number. So where's the first hard? So let's suppose that the fourth hole is the first hard second shot. Let's see what he's got. So
see in here, Simon. It's like a 6 or a 5 iron.
Let's have a look at the ball speed, and then we'll sort of get an idea. The lofts are a bit different. Look at that. Look at that. So steeper, shallower. Maybe just trying to take out some of the steepness.
He's incredibly well balanced with his swing.
Yeah, he's a fantastic athlete. I mean, he hits the ball beautifully. There's tons of power. So this is definitely him trying to work to a set of numbers. Maybe he feels like the steeper backswing and then dropping it in under is shallowing out that divot, giving himself a better hit on the ball. Let's see his numbers. This might just be a 7 iron, I think, and not a fast one. Still not sure that was it.
I think I played 8 opens here, and St. Andrews is always a special place. You come into it, and if you're not here during the tournament, it's this quiet city. You look at it, and then all of a sudden it just lights up.
And Nicklaus is the winner.
It's the oldest championship in golf. That's what it means. I'm just a small part in the history of golf like this. I mean, this has a huge part of history. I'm glad to have been a part of that history. Would have liked to have won here, but I never did. But I had my chances and did pretty well at some other sites.
I always love coming back to the home of golf. I think about it all the time. This is where it all started. The only problem that I have, unless my wife and I come back for a vacation at the age of 82, I don't know whether I'll ever see this place again or not. But that's okay also, because I'm going to be cremated, and you never know. My ashes liable to come right over that ocean.
I could listen to Lee Trevino all day, Simon.
Do you know what is amazing is, I mean, he has got some unbelievable skills, and he's talking the whole time. I don't know who he's talking to. Half the time he's talking to himself, and he just keeps hitting and talking. But one of the great characters, I mean, the stories, the shots that he hit, the battles he had with Tony Jacklin, one of the great global golf ambassadors, and golf's been lucky.
Yeah, very lucky indeed. Let's leave the range for the meantime, and let's head down to the final hole, and let's find George.
We've made it to the 18th once again. Why wouldn't you spend most of your time here? It's simply stunning indeed. The galleries are still here. A lot of people from the township, they pop over, leaning over the fence to soak it all in. Even when there's no championship here, it always happens. Guido, how are you?
Very good.
How was your day?
Very good.
You love it? Are you loving the occasion?
Oh yeah, it's brilliant. Course is tough, course is firm, and it's St Andrews in a great condition.
Is this the biggest tournament of your career?
It is. Well, I had the luck to play Augusta as well this year, and I think those two tournaments, you can compare them, and it's just beautiful to play here in St Andrews. The British Open is something magical.
How do you control your ball in this wind and with such fast fairways out here? It looks quite fun at times, but also scary at others.
It is. I mean, it's fun because you never know until the ball is still. It's on the right spot, so it's hard to control it. I mean, the key maybe is to keep it low, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, depends on the bounce as well, but it's like this for everybody.
So we look forward to watching you all out there competing. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I like the shirt as well. Nice colour.
That's good.
John Catlin, come on in. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
What a week you've had, eh? How much have you enjoyed it here?
Oh, it's awesome. Honestly, this place is so special, and you know, just being here for the Open, the way it's playing, so many different types of shots you can play, and I love it. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, have you got enough golf balls? I just saw you throwing half your bag at the crowd there.
Yeah, might as well give them all away now, right?
How have you enjoyed the last few days? Obviously, getting to know the Lynx and getting into the grind.
Yeah, I mean, I think you pretty much nailed it when you said grind, because it's definitely going to be a grind out there. But it's something I'm looking forward to for sure. That challenge is awesome.
Do you like the wind?
I do. I do like the wind. A couple of my wins have come in the wind, so I'm comfortable with it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Where were those wins? Ireland?
Ireland, Valderrama. Pretty much every day I blew about 25, so about like this. So yeah, for sure.
Now you've just finished. Practice round's done.
Yeah.
Tournament starts tomorrow. What do you do for the next 12 hours? Do you pop into town, have a look around, or a quiet dinner, eating in tonight?
Quiet dinner for sure. I'm not going to be going out. I need some rest.
Yeah, how tiring is it? Because I'm pretty tired. I've been out here all day talking to far too many golfers. I'm sure everyone at home is probably sick of my voice, but I'm tired. How do you handle your energy loads during the week?
You know, you got to be smart. You got to know when it's time to put in the work and when it's time to rest and recover. And for me right now, it's time to rest and recover.
Well, I'm going to let you rest and recover. Mate, I wish you all the best this
Thank
week.
you.
So there you have it. A lovely little pairing there, and as you can tell, everyone we've talked to this week, without a doubt, is having the time of their lives. They know how big this week is. They know how big the grandstands are. The stadium is electric. The town is electric. Whew. Not long to go.
Not long to go, indeed. Just a few hours, everyone, until the first tee shot be made by Paul Lawrie in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Fairly quiet on the range late in the day on this Wednesday. Few empty seats as the sun still shines here at the old course. Let's just see if anyone's around working on a few things before they settle in, get some rest before round one. Fee now still grinding away. He's moved to driver now, Simon.
Yeah, I don't know where that plays. It's going to be interesting. I think, you know, if you're going to be on the winning score, you're going to have to take some risks. Let's see. I mean, there's going to be for a Finau the five drivable par fours. But where does the ball stop?
Yeah.
It's just. I think it's so fiddly. It's going to come down to a few bounces. You know, you're going to be in a bunker. That's going to happen to you. You know, and you could be in a bunker and it could be worse than a hazard. You could be in a bunker where you can't get the ball out because the lips are so hard. So, it's just going to be amazing. And there's some big stars, you know, working on their games.
Quiet on the range at the moment, but it's well worth looking back to this morning and the champion golfer of the year, the Claret Jug, still in his possession. Morikawa this morning working on a few things. His first Open last year, Simon, and he takes home the Claret Jug after an equipment change as well, because he played so badly at the Scottish Open the week before.
Just a surprise package. His coach behind him, Rick Sessinghouse, I think he plays a big part of this. So that's been his coach since he was 8 years old. And Rick is more, he's not a stand there and grind out positions. He's much more of a combining your swing to your picture, blending those two things together. The Chevy Chase golf course over in Pasadena is like very slopey golf course, so there's lots of different lies and lots of different shots. And Rick recognized the talent in that young man, and well, I have to say, every credit, he's absolutely executed two majors. I mean, to win two majors
halfway
and
to the Grand Slam.
Yeah, to win your first Open Championship. I think that whole philosophy of okay, tell yourself what you're going to do. That's the first part of the decision over a golf shot, right? What am I going to do? And that's important. And then being committed to that. Okay, this is my shot. I've got this. And then you build up a technique over time, so you execute the thing that's in your mind, and then you're always evaluating, you know, how well did I do and what could I do better, and that you don't learn that particularly fast. And I think having a longevity between in the relationship of a coach and a player is massively important. That man might have watched Colin hit 1 million golf balls, maybe more, I don't know, but let's say 1 million plus golf balls. That's an incredible knowledge that Rick has got of the action. And Colin, you can see, really he's trusting very, very much the procedure. You can see those. So really working on the apex, 44 feet of apex. That's a wind shot. Okay, 90 feet to 100 feet is a normal shot. So half as high. You can see that swing working with the right arm working more across his body, left arm staying lower. Okay, you see that launch a little bit higher, so kind of 50 feet, 75 feet. So maybe just working on a low trajectory, mid trajectory, high trajectory. Let's see if this is the one that launches up.
Giving that one a bit more.
Yeah, you can see that's going to come out.
What was amazing going into the PGA, Simon?
Let's see the apex here. So 100 feet. I think that's the stock shot. So like that's the standard shot. That's the shot. That's a PGA Tour shot.
It was amazing going into the PGA. He's been a natural fader of the ball, and then all of a sudden had this baby draw, and they couldn't work out why he was doing it. And I think he is still doing it. Have you come across something like that as a coach before, and you just can't work it out?
Do you know the horror story is? You know, let's suppose you've had. Well, he's had his entire life of hitting a fade, right? That's his stock shot. I mean, his draw is a fade. So he's one of the best robots, autopilots that there are in the game. And then there's a time period where your stock shot's gone, and that's just happened to them. So they've been talking about that, and what has happened. And then he tried to play it, and I think, you know, if we look at the way these shots, so we're this on the left to right wind, right? So I don't think there's a huge amount of spin here. Right, but I mean that ball is a draw holding against the wind, you would think, on a low ball flight. But the worst thing is when you just suddenly you get into a big tournament, you go third day, your stock shot's not there, you know. And Nicklaus would say that. Nicklaus would say, you know what, I was known as a fader, but there were lots of times I didn't have a fade. I just go to the range and see what shot was in there today, and I would go with that. I don't think that's as true now. I don't think the guys are that free to go with it. They're really trying to plan it. So Rick just capturing one more swing. Maybe they'll have a look at this and compare it and sort of see, okay, so Colin, this is what it looks like. Is that how it feels to you? So is the feel and is the real, are they matched up? Or Morikawa could be like, wow, man, I feel that not drop so much under, or I feel like more rotated. And this is a Wednesday of the biggest major, well, to be the Open champion golfer of the year at the 150th Open at St Andrews. I think that's the holy grail. That if you're a golfer, I think it's the holy grail.
Retire. You can retire happily.
Do you know what? You will be, your name will be a legend in the game of golf. Like you are now a historical marker. That's absolutely massive. So, and it could happen to this man. So see if we can pick up a little bit from the clues. So something in the strike, and the strike is different. The divot patterns, are they what you feel? Does the ball feel like it comes off too fast, too low on the face?
As a coach, on a Wednesday, day before the tournament, do you get a bit worried if you seem to be changing a lot? Less than 24 hours before they're off to play.
You might be doing all sorts of things. It's an insane game. I think this is a case of like, okay, you are going to have to be thinking about something tomorrow, Colin. So let's pick what that's going to be, right? So this could just be tidying up. Like he could have a doubt over, okay, what's my stock shot? What am I trying to do? And then be committed to that. So Rick, I think, is just helping with feedback to make sure that he's got the mental feels, the physical feels, and like if you have a certain shot that you go to, but it's awful at the moment, then you might not select to use that. You might work away from that. Like I used to have this little hold up 7-iron, but I can't hit it at all. So let me not do that. I'll just hit a hard 8-iron or whatever it is. So there's all sorts of balance.
In theory, is his style of game ideal for the setup at the moment this week? Accuracy, hitting greens in regulation, if he can hold the greens.
I think it is. I mean, he's got an unusual tempo. It's kind of slow to fast, but it's always slow to fast. So I think that's kind of his natural. But I think he's got a great mental side. I see that as a bigger skill to lean on this week. You know, Tiger, unbelievable discipline and determination. Morikawa, unbelievably calm and disciplined and dedicated, and an assassin as well, like a great assassin, like stand up and hit the shot he needs. That left foot, taking the pressure.
There's the one on the left. Could just see there was a little smirk on his face there. He knew that wasn't quite right when he hit that.
Yeah, and it's an annoying game, right? So it could be just like you're a tiny bit too far away from it. You're not quite centering it. Yeah, that shot's the one he doesn't like. So that's like, you know, what he's depending upon. He's depending upon. So if I aim at that tree and I hit it as hard as I can, I have to know that it's going to fall right of the tree. It's never going to go left of the tree. So, did he fix that? Okay, this is slightly under his normal grip speed here, so that apex I think I'd say that's a tiny bit lower than he would use in the US. The ball speed definitely below his maximum ball speed. The apex lower probably by a tiny bit than normal.
Do you think he has got the imagination to do well around St Andrews?
I do. I think the skill is going to be just to be able to be unbelievably versatile, because I think you could make an amazing plan. It's like, okay, guys, we're going to hit a 6-iron here. There's no way that's going to go 230 yards into the bunker. You walk up there and it's 230 yards in the bunker and you can't get it out because it's just so fiddly. Then I think, you know, how many times would that guy be putting in the wind from 60 feet on a green that's 10 on the stimp meter, where he's used to being 14 on the stimp meter? It's like, wow, I never ever practiced a putting stroke like that. So, you know, and holing out in the wind from 8 feet, because you're going to have tons of that. I think those are going to be the skills. So, and you are going to make mistakes. Like when people were talking, it's going to be 20 under par. I can't see in having just a quick walk. I haven't walked all of the back 9 yet, but I've walked the front 9 and the loop and cut back. So it just looks very hard to me.
It'll make things interesting. It's gonna be great a great watch.
I am pumped, and I mean, in sort of in the preparation, and tomorrow morning the first starters, and the bleary eyes, and everyone's got high hopes. And Paul Lawrie leads us out.
What an honour for Paul as well.
And well deserved.
Yeah,
100% well deserved. He was a great player around these kind of conditions when you had to think about it and you had to chip and you had to putt, and well, he had one opportunity and he took it. Amazing.
There's a lot of the rough we've let to grow. for the last 2 or 3 years. With the weather conditions that we've got at the moment, which is warm, sunny, so the golf course is running hard and fast, so it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, for the players to try and sort of get a bit of distance control, particularly off the tee.
There's a lot of blind shots because you have bushes in the way. And all the dunes where you can't see. That's one of the tricks, right? Just knowing where you can go, where the bunkers are, or what lines to take, and when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive.
You need to create the picture. You're hitting into the abyss, it feels like at times, and there's like maybe one little point in the distance up on the hill.
It's nice to have some of these stands and some of the towers out, especially on the front nine, where some of those blind shots are tricky to know exactly where to hit it. So just getting a lot of sight lines and making sure we can put the ball in play where we need to be.
You still have to picture your shape. You know, so often we get onto a hole that has trees and bunkers, and you know, it frames the shape of the hole for you. But I feel like you've got to do a really good job with your visualization at St Andrews.
Inti Mehmet, 5 till 6 on Sky with me. Great to have you. Now, we've come to the putting green and we've noticed some, well, some may think they're peculiar lines on the green. What are they for?
Well, I was just walking around the putting green earlier and I noticed these discrete chalk lines. So let's have a little look and try and work out what it means. So we can see one chalk line to the left, 1.5 to the right, and if we take a few further steps forwards, we can see it's like a tally chart, really.
Yes.
2.5, 3, and then we have 3.5, 4. So if anyone
what do they mean?
Doesn't know what aim point means. So last year, and well, beginning of this season, in fact, we had a new rule come in where we can't use green books on the tournament greens, but you can still use them on the putting green. So from what I understand, these chalk lines identify the percentage of slope. So whether it's 1, 1.5, 2.5, or even up to 4, that is the percentage of slope. So the bigger the percentage, the bigger the slope, so the more the putt should break.
Yeah.
So what I think is that the players will come out here, they'll probably close their eyes, you know, bend their knees a little bit and practice feeling what the percentage is.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is just chalk. So in a few days' time, if we have a bit more rain, the lines might, you know, disappear.
Yes.
But at least they can come back to it every single day and calibrate and understand the feel. So right now, my right foot is lower than my left, as long as I got that right. If I turn around, it's the same thing, percentage-wise, but just the other way around. And
is this a system that you use? I have to say,
no.
my 6-year-old daughter does this. She closes her eyes and does exactly the same thing. And she says she can feel it when one foot's lower than the other. And it does help with the putting.
You have to practice it, and that's the key thing. So once you determine the percentage of slope, you have to calibrate yourself dependent on the speed of the greens every single day.
Yeah.
So depending on how fast or how slow the greens are, if it's a 1% slope, you use your finger. If it's 2, use 2. If it's 3%, you use 3, etc.
Okay.
So it's very difficult to explain visually like this, but it basically gives the player a point to aim at using, I guess, the width of their fingers.
Okay.
But you have to calibrate, because if the greens are faster, it breaks more.
And do you find this is a simple system to use once you get into it?
If you have a routine and you practice it, yes, it's part of the player's routine and what they do. I personally couldn't do it because I trust my eyes. I also trust my feet.
Okay.
So if we were, for instance, putting this way,
and
an aim
there's a little
pointer,
spot over here actually.
I will come on to that.
Okay.
But an aim pointer will feel the percentage of the slope this way. Personally, I like to feel slope this way. So if I feel more slope on the balls of my feet, I know that the putt's going to move left to right. Alternatively, if it's more on the heels of my feet, I know it's going to break right to left.
Yeah.
So what I tend to do is break a putt in thirds and just feel it and gauge
And go along and feel.
Exactly.
Okay, got
so
you.
If you're an aim pointer, you've actually determined a spot to aim at. I've also found these kind of markers.
Yes,
on
I
the
went
green.
early on those, sorry.
Exactly. So what a player is working on here is putting their putter square to this line. So it's simple stuff, isn't it? Alignment.
Absolutely.
And then they've picked a spot to aim at and also get the ball to roll over. And if we keep going, this putt should break left to right. And you can see an old hold here that used to be there.
Yeah.
So the goal is to hole it, essentially.
Which you can do.
So
Do you
let's
want me to
put
help
the
with your
ball
mic?
online. I've got one hand, so which means I've got an excuse.
No, do you want me to help? There we go. You can keep talking if you want.
Right, so I'm practicing having my putter nice and square.
Okay.
I've got a spot to aim at. Take it back, take it through. My pace has got to be spot on. Oof, That might have lipped
Almost.
in.
Almost. That could have actually, that left-hand edge, I reckon that would have gone in.
Should we try one more?
Yeah, let's do it.
So
our cameraman's doing a superb job here.
You've got to aim perfectly square. You've got to start it on line. And your pace control
over that spot,
has got to be
over that spot.
Come on.
Yes. You see, that for the Open Championship. Does she get a cheer? Does she get a cheer? She does. Woo. The whole of Scotland are here supporting you.
Thank you, guys.
That's marvellous. They are the best crowd we've had all day. Brilliant. These are, super important lines for the pros warming up for the Open Championship. I mean, it's quiet now, isn't it? It's very quiet. Only a couple of players on the green, and the short game area behind is really quiet as well. So this is the time when they've gone in. The practice is done. It's all pretty much. Yeah. We're going to head back to the range though and see if anyone else is there, and maybe have a chat in about 15 minutes time. But Incy, for now, I'm going to practice some of this putting. Well, you can go to. We'll hand over to George while I do this. Over to you, George.
Go and have a putt.
We've made our way down to the practice putting green right next to the first tee, and we've found Russell Henley. Russell, welcome to the UK. How are you enjoying the week?
Enjoying it, yeah, it's fun. Course is playing, very interesting. It's nice and firm, not what we get back in the States, so I'm excited.
Back in the States, as you said, it's not like this. How much do you enjoy the challenge, and how unique is this for you guys?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I've never played great at the Open before. Had a couple decent tournaments, but I'm hoping to play a little better this year, and I try to embrace it. I mean, it's the 1 week a year where you just don't know really what to expect till you get there.
Yeah, well, you don't know what to expect every day, do you? Conditions are always extremely challenging.
Yeah, always challenging. Had some different wins in 15 when I played here, and like I said, I'm excited.
All right, well, we're excited to watch you, mate. Go and rest up. I'm sure you need to. Yeah. And best of luck this week.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, Russ. Good to have the American flavour over here. Look, it never stops for Guido. He's straight onto the putting green. But as you can see, the putting green is relatively empty. What we've noticed today is a lot of players have come out early doors, get out, beat the crowds, get their round in, and then rest leading into their opening round tomorrow. Let me take you for a little tiki tour here around the putting green. We've got one of the broadcast studios here to my left, underneath the big scoreboard. That's a great seat, I might add. A great seat. We've got another broadcast crew here from America. I think that's CBS. And then as you come around, the players, what they'll do is when they go over that bridge, which we just talked to Marcus Armitage on, they'll go through the media run. So the mix zone, we call that. 1, 2, 3, 4 booths up there, and then there's a general mix zone down there. So it's a very smoothly run system. Wham, bam, thank you, man. In and out they go. There's no more relaxed man in St Andrews than Harold Varner III. He is looking mighty cosy down there. Hopefully when he's finished chewing the fat with them, he might be able to join us. The R&A Clubhouse in its full glory, sun shining. That balcony would be one of the hottest tickets in town this week, no doubt about it. Things are starting to wind down here on the eve of the Open Championship, Christmas Eve for a lot of golf fans out there.
20 to 6 on this Wednesday early evening, and finally the range is empty. Everyone's decided to call it a day so far. Some might come back for a few reps, but everyone's getting an early night in before the big day tomorrow. Wind still lively as well this Wednesday evening. It's due to die down over the next few days, but we'll see. A few balls being picked up on the practice chipping area. Simon, I haven't asked you as well. Who's your pick for this week? It's an open, isn't it? This year.
I think it's very bouncy. I don't want to say luck. It's luck. It's called rubber the green. I think there's going to be a lot of that. You know what? One guy I was thinking of today. I think this could be an amazing place for a John Rahm. And the reason I say that is I just think I was watching him in the wind. He has Dave Phillips over from TPI and all the work they've done there. He just looked in form and he's absolutely pure.
Definitely one of the favourites. If you have missed haven't been watching much of Live at the Range today, here is every single shot hit at the range today. Pick your favourite. Mine's the one on the left, Simon.
That's like that game. What was it? Pick and sticks. But you know what? The Bryson DeChambeau game. I mean, there you have got like.
It's an incredible graphic.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's cool. I've really enjoyed this sort of the range action. I mean, and the reason we're doing this, the tour players are using this data so much, and so you guys at home should see what they're looking at, and they're looking at their, it's not a case of 10 shots and off you go. Like Tiger Woods' routine is unchanging. Rory McIlroy was out on the golf course early, super early. He was the first out there. He wanted to get one more look at the golf course. So, and then there is a competition. There is no doubt. So at Brookline for the US Open, Rory McIlroy had the lead in this. So I think that was around, let's say, 325. Bryson comes on, and this is up on there, and he hits a 350-yard carry shot, and almost like that mic drop thing. So there is no question that Bryson's your longest guy. He sent something down there, 349 yesterday. 156 feet high. So Bryson DeChambeau, superpower. I don't know if that's going to help you this week.
Well, yeah, Adrianos as well. You can see there, just a yard behind him, longest carries today. Spanish plays. He's a bit of an all-or-nothing player, Adri. He's enjoying. If you've not seen him drive before, he's enjoying it. He enjoys himself, Adri, and Rory there as well. The favourite amongst many. What a story that would be this week if Rory was to take home the Claret Jug for another time. There we go. How dry that is around the chipping green time.
It's. I have walked out there, and then it is dusty. I mean, it is so hot, and honestly, it's so fiddly. There were guys. I mean, Rory hit a 2-iron over the back of 18. It is runway golf. I think the setup, Martin Slumbers and his team, the championship committee, they know this links better than anyone else. They're going to look at the wind, they're going to see the conditions, and they're going to put out some super tasty pins for us. It could be the year where the tournament is won and lost in sort of getting underneath the hole and avoiding those 3-putts, those leaky 3-putts. I think it's nearly impossible to play with an aggressive enough strategy to give yourself a good score and just try to miss all the bunkers. I think that's almost impossible.
2000 Tiger missing all the not going in any bunker in 2000. It still seems to defy logic.
Tiger does defy logic. Tiger said it. He set every new standard. He set the standard for fitness. He set the standard for speed. He set the standard for equipment, winning under pressure. He is the needle in golf, and it's unbelievable that we're going to watch him play tomorrow in the Open, the 150th Open.
Can't wait. It's towards the end of the day, and it is for George as well. Let's go find what he's up to.
Christmas Eve is today. The Open Championship starts tomorrow, the 150th The starter will be here at 6:35 a.m. And Paul Lawrie, our 1999 champion, has been given an honour. The Scotsman, he'll be oh so proud to hit the first tee shot here tomorrow. Can you imagine playing that part and trying to hit that first tee shot? I know the fairway is wide. I know it's 129 yards and you're doing very well to miss it. But I can assure you it has been done before. It's not a shot I would like to be playing in front of thousands. 6:35, that's a pretty early tee time. I'm not sure if I'll be there or not, to be honest. That's pushing my boundaries. But this Scottish crowd will certainly be there. The atmosphere will be electric. So Paul Lawrie, please enjoy the moment, enjoy the atmosphere. We've certainly enjoyed it all week here. It's incredible to think that it finally starts tomorrow. I feel like this build-up with you guys at home has been going on for so long, and we've certainly enjoyed it. It's been super special to be able to walk these fairways with some of the best players in the planet. And I'd certainly like to thank them for being so open to these interviews this week. I feel like it's not only special for us, but every player out here has thoroughly enjoyed the history, the occasion, and it means so much to them all. 4 rounds of golf and we will have our 150th champion. Won't it be special? What's it going to take out here? Well, they're going to have to play well in this wind. I can't see it dropping down. The last 2 days have been very challenging. It's firm and fast, as we know, which is going to create a great spectacle. There's going to be some fun shots, some interesting ones, no doubt about it. But I still can't get over the fact that we've been here all week and calling this the office. It's been incredible. We've been putting on the road hole with Rory. I've been nearly getting hit in the head by Tiger on the 17th. So I've certainly pushed the boundaries for you guys at home on the couch. And I may have got in trouble once or twice, but it was all worth it to bring you wall-to-wall coverage. Live from the range. It's going to continue all throughout the week. And it's not far now until we'll be interviewing the champion golfer of the year.
Thanks, George. Doing a great job down there on the first fairway, 18th green there as well. See how dry that road hole is. It's going to test a few players this week for sure. Beautiful conditions on this Wednesday evening as well. Let's hope it stays like this for the rest of the week. Will provide a great challenge. Although we'd like to see a bit of wind, wouldn't we, Simon? I mean, that will really add to the challenge.
I think we're going to get wind. You're going to get wind. You have little rain clouds coming over. And it's the timing of the wind. There's been situations where you suddenly get a 20-mile-an-hour wind that comes up and you're playing 4 or 5 critical holes and that takes you out. That happened to Tiger Woods at Muirfield. A squall came in, boomed him off the course. That was the end of his championship. So Mother Nature, the rolling undulations, the skill of the championship committee make the most amazing event.
Look at that. Try and spot a green blade of grass there, Simon.
I think I can see Laura Davis and Trish Johnson. They are staying up there this week. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Somewhere. Gin and tonics. I can just see them up there.
They're probably watching some pre-season football. Both football addicts, both of them.
Diamonds. Two diamonds.
Aren't they? Yeah. Is that Laura? No, it's not Laura. And there's a jigger as well. Now
the jigger. That could be. Now, I'll tell you, it's the you see the flowers on the far left? Yeah. It's the lowest one of those.
Yeah.
That is the home of the DLD this week. Amazing.
The jigger in will be busy, I think, tonight and the rest of this week.
Yeah, they're great water holes, aren't they? The Dunvegan. The town of St Andrews just gets swamped by all of us, doesn't it? And
the atmosphere yesterday lunchtime was fantastic in town. Dunvegan, you couldn't move.
No, it's just the town just keeps absorbing a bigger and bigger event. It's I just don't think it's any better. It's our greatest show.
Absolutely, yeah. We spoke a little bit about Tiger a few moments ago, Simon. Oh, look, there's George. He's done. I think that's an official I'm done.
George has checked out.
Oh, look, he's actually going to go to sleep.
The show is over.
His left eye.
And the lights are just about to go out.
You know how a little puppy can't keep his eyes open? That's what he's like.
He's just epic.
Yeah. Earlier today, Tiger Woods was out on the range. Didn't play any holes today on the old course, but he was out there practicing. And Simon, I saw a bit of this earlier. Looked pretty smooth, I've got to say, Tiger.
I think he's played a lot of golf this week, and I think that it was such a momentous day. Tomorrow morning, he's got late early, which I can't remember ever in all the Opens Tiger having late early. So if he does do well, that could give him a big break between Friday and Saturday's round. So that could be an advantage for him there. But he looks great to me, and he's been really present and visible. He's not hidden away. He's been out there. He's chatting to us. Just have a look at some of his shots here. So we're just kind of watching that apex number, right? So Tiger likes to move around. Let's call this a... What's that loft? Is that a 5-iron? No, that's a very slow 5-iron. Let's have a look.
Oh, little punchy one.
Hold off punchy. So just watch the apex and the curve. Maybe Tiger just going through kind of like a little 9-ball challenge. So the challenge is 3 straight ones of 3 different heights, low, mid and high, 3 fades, low, mid and high, 3 draws, low, mid and high. That's his kind of little 9-hole box. See that right hand go over, so that's going to hold its way up there. Tiger often plays his draw shots off actually an open face in the address position, and then just lets his forearms rotate, so he kind of sits on that right foot a little longer. See a little bit more loft on there. So that's the high one. So watch the apex. 110, 122. So that was his high soft one. Not much curve there. Strong left to right wind.
Looking at that graphics there, Simon, we talked about Scotty Scheffler this year dominating the world number ones. Well, not dominating, but he's been there a long time. Look how many weeks at world number 1 Tiger Woods was. 683.
Yeah,
it's absurd.
You know what? Every single record. It's another level. I don't think we can compare it to anybody.
No.
And nothing he's done will be replicated. I'm absolutely sure of that.
Not at all.
Another super high launcher, 120. That might just be a little 7-9 there. So Rob just catching a little video on there. Is this what I'm doing? Am I on the right path? Have I got my angles right?
What are your expectations from this week?
He wins. He wins.
Do you, being serious,
yeah.
Do you honestly think he can win this week?
Yeah, I do. I absolutely do. I think the conditions could play into his hands. I'm going to do a Tiger Championship dance every day. I just think that would be like, boom, the man at the event. If those two could come together, it's a party.
I don't know what would happen to the world of golf if he won. Golf can retire itself.
We would have to check out for a week. So, let's see. Okay, that's the high launch. You can see much different finish position, kind of soft hands all the way up across the shoulder.
Always working on his game, Tiger.
Do you know what?
Always grinding.
He has it in his head. He wakes up in the morning, he's thinking about his golf, goes to bed thinking about his golf. He is some man. He is the man.
He looks very relaxed as well, doesn't he?
But that actually could help him. That's like just the whole tension to get that out of your body. Amazing scenes from the driving range earlier today. That's the normal one. That's the high launcher. Maybe he's thinking of the holes, the right pins.
Absolute joy watching Tiger on the range. Just some irons from Tiger this morning on the range.
Are we walking? Yeah. Okay. Walking.
So that was Tiger this morning. Let's get back to Di and find out what she's up to.
Well, you're not going to believe it, but I'm still on the range. We are live at the range. We've been here since 7 a.m, George. My goodness, are you feeling fresh?
Fresh as a daisy.
Yes.
I haven't been able to see what you guys have been up to on the range, but I can only assume it's been a great day. So it's nice to actually be here. I feel like I'm back home.
Yeah, no, it's great. You've been out and about on the course. You nearly got hit by Tiger Woods yesterday.
Yeah, I've had a fun couple of days. It's been awesome to see not only us, but the players are so excited about this championship. So they've been more than accommodating with the interviews. And then, yeah, I might have got a little bit close to Tiger at one point on the 17th road hole. The tees were right back, and I felt like I was in his back pocket. So, yeah.
How close did he go to the hotel with his drive?
Oh, he went right over the corner. Absolutely smoked it, which was great. But yeah, I was saying yesterday that it was probably the best sporting view I've ever had in all sports. Yeah, sort of accidentally found myself in that spot with the photographers, and yeah, I felt like he plucked the ball almost out of my mouth, so it was great.
I'm glad you're okay.
Speaking of players, Georgie boy, who is your pick for this week? Have you had much time to think about it?
Yeah, a lot of people sort of ask you that, and golf is such an incredibly hard sport to pick a winner, isn't it? But look, you know, I was charmed this morning by Rory McIlroy, and I watched him home in his morning round, and I just think it's his time to shine. Obviously, he gets plenty of attention, but I do actually think this is him. This is his moment, his big occasion. And he's in a good zone. He spoke really well, so I'm hoping for Rory.
Yeah.
It'll be a great story.
It would absolutely be a great story. Who have you gone for in T?
You asked me this a couple of days ago, didn't you? And I need to give you an answer.
Are you changing your answer?
No, I think I said Will Zalatoris.
You did.
I'm going to stick with. He's finished runner-up quite a few times at major championships, all of them in fact.
Yeah.
So maybe he can do one better. And he's an intelligent player. You know, he's not methodical, but he's intelligent and he's got a class game. So
okay, and my show, you want to know mine, don't you?
I would love to know yours.
I mean, every viewer at home wants to know my show, don't they? I'm going Jordan Spieth. I'm really, I just think, I mean, the previous Open champion, and the Scottish fell away a little bit, but you know, his creativity and imagination around the greens is absolutely sublime. And also, I've got some. Can I go too?
Yeah, you can go.
Well, not both going to win.
We can do what we want.
Okay, yes, that's true.
And Matt
Fitzpatrick, I think.
Oh, Matty Fitz.
Yes. But the range, I mean, have we made everyone go away? Literally, there's nobody. We've got one pro on the range, and Laurie is here. He is the only man standing, isn't he? Oh no, we've got a couple of guys on the short game area as well, but this is the time now, George, where they want to just concentrate on tomorrow morning and get some rest.
Yeah, what I noticed today has been on course trying to find a lot of interviews, and it was humming in the morning. Things were great. We've got Rory here, we've got Tommy, there's plenty going on. And then all of a sudden you have a little lunch and you come back and you're like, where is everyone? Everyone's resting. Totally. Everyone's prepared really well, and they've said, right, let's get out early on Wednesday, get home, rest the feet and get ready for a big championship. So it's been a quiet afternoon, but you can just feel the tension in the air, and it's hard to believe that it's finally come.
I can't believe it. And we've had every angle covered over the last 3 days. We've got TopTracer here on the range. You're out and about. We've got insights and analysis. It's been brilliant so far, and we're going to keep going over the next few days and keeping you up to date with what's going on. We're super excited. The opening tee shot of the 150th Open Championship is tomorrow morning at 6:35 a.m. and it's Paul Lawrie who takes the honours. Enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow.